Oh, she got it. Awesome, Anna. Thank you. That if you haven't checked your email this morning, there is a superseding errata sixth bench request order that's going to be issued this morning with regard to the superseding bench request order that was issued Friday afternoon. So I just put that out there. I'm sure we've all checked our email. Okay, we're missing some people. Other unless people have decided they're not coming today. Oh, there's some people. Let's just hit admit all. Okay. Wow, that's the easy way to get everybody at the same time. Okay. All right. Well, I think we have everybody. Oh, nope, there's the commissioner. Let me admit the commissioner. Okay. All right. Well, I think it's the date, time, and place. Actually, I think my watch has 2 minutes. My computer has time, but good morning. Hope everybody is doing well and didn't stay up too late watching the Olympics. So it's kind of exciting. See something different, I think. Not that reading testimony and looking at motions and responses isn't riveting, but have to give a shout out to I guess at least as far as weaponry is concerned, my University of Kentucky Wildcats have 2 gold medals. And I don't know, Miss Hardy, whether or not Will Shaner is related to the Shaner in the firm name, but he won a gold medal in 10-meter air rifle and is a student at the university. And then unexpectedly, University of Kentucky Medical School student, and I have forgotten her name already, won the women's foil. I believe her husband was supposed to win and did not, but she won. So excitement abounds here this morning. Okay, I'm not seeing that we have anybody else. So I think, as I indicated previously while we were loading up here, I have some procedural matters that we need to deal with today. So I think we can go ahead and begin our hearing. So Mr. Lee, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent, sir. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hurst, and I am the designated hearing examiner in today's case number 20-00-238 UT. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for revision of its retail rates under advice notice number 292, They've also requested authorization and approval to abandon their Plant X Unit 3 generating station and for other associated relief. Today is the date, time, and place that was noticed for this hearing. And that notice was published pursuant to the procedural order that I issued in this case. And it was also sent out to each of SPS's ratepayers. Along with me today is our court reporter, Mr. Lee. And should anyone need anything to do with the transcript, you will need to contact Mr. Lee together, or yourself individually. Along with me also today, we have on our Zoom Chairman Stephen Fishman and Commissioner Cynthia Hall. And with that, I would like to get introduction of the parties, and I believe we should probably go in order of the way that the parties were laid out in the proposed order presentation of witnesses. So that will begin with SPS. And so Mr. Dubois or Ms. Hardy, please go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst, Chairman Fishman, Commissioner Hall, Will Dubois on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
And do we have other SPS attorneys or just you, Mr. Dubois?
Hearing Examiner Hurst, at this time, per our discussion at the pre-hearing conference, we are going to endeavor to keep it with one attorney on the Zoom at a time, and that will be me to at least start today, and with Mr. Hudson. So if and when we do have somebody else on, I'd suggest we do an further introduction at that time.
Okay.
Rather than having multiple people join the Zoom at this point.
Very well. That totally makes sense. And okay. All right. Next, for Occidental.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Coleman for Occidental Permian Limited, and Michael McMillan is also on. Depending on what's going on at the hearing, a third attorney, Philip Oldham, may also make an appearance.
Very well. Good morning. For LES, Ms. Drake.
This is Joan Drake appearing for Louisiana Energy Services.
Thank you. And for FEA.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst. Major Holly Buchanan on behalf of federal executive agencies.
Good morning. And for the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nick Stoffel for the NMLCG. I'd also like to enter the appearance for my colleagues Thor Nelson and Austin Rushoff, who are both also on Zoom today.
Very well. Good morning. And for the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner Gideon Elliott for the Attorney General's office.
Good morning.
I will also be joined by my colleague Kevin Gedko, but for the sake of simplicity, it's just me today.
Very well, thank you. And for COG.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Mike Moffitt for COG Operating.
Good morning. And Mr. Bartel? There he is. See if I got him. Mr. Bartel?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, would you like to enter your appearance, sir?
Randy Bartel on behalf of Intervenor Walmart. Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Marks?
Good morning. This is Jason Marks appearing for Sierra Club.
Good morning. And then I would also like to note for the record that pursuant to email request yesterday, Ms. Beatles for WRA asked to be excused due to conflicts. And unless there's an objection, which I hear none, that request is granted. Additionally, for CCAE, Stephanie Zur asked also to be excused from appearance based upon existing conflicts also. And unless I hear an objection to that, that request is also granted. And I don't think I missed anybody, but obviously if I did, please pipe up.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bagatko.
Good morning. John Bagacco for Utility Division staff. Thank you very much.
I didn't look farther than Walmart. Good morning. Now, if I haven't forgotten anyone, I would like the record to indicate that we did not receive any requests to give public comment in this matter. And there was one written public comment that was filed in this record, and it was from a presumably a SPS ratepayers, Charles and Lynette Roller, Roller from Clovis. And I can characterize their comment as being opposed to the closing of Plant X Unit 3. A little housekeeping. Please make sure that you're using the most recent version of the official certificate of service. I note that the one that I sent to you, I think at the end of last week, that had changes for the Occidental emails. I still, I think I have Mr. McMillan twice. And so the first one has his name, so that needs to be taken off. Okay. We have some procedural matters, as I indicated, off the record. The commission did in fact issue an errata this morning to the it's called a superseding errata to the 6th benched request order. And I can represent to you that if you haven't looked at and or gotten that yet, that essentially the change from the Friday afternoon order is that paragraph B on page 7 says that SPS may file replies and supporting testimony to all or any of the above witnesses' responses to the bench request order as soon as possible. Okay. So we have some pending motions that have been filed, some of which I indicated to you via email that I was going to grant, and some of which I took under advisement. So just so that our record is clear, I want to go over those pending motions. First and foremost, there was no objection, and I had an opportunity to receive and review Occidental's motion for admission of Michael A. McMillan to appear pro hoc vice, and that motion is granted. Secondarily, New Mexico Large Customer Group filed a motion to withdraw confidential information in the direct testimony and attachments of Kevin C. Higgins. And there was no objection to this motion. And there was also a motion from the federal executive agencies, also known as FEA, and the Louisiana Energy Services, also known as LES, to withdraw attachments from Mr. Gorman's testimony, MPG3 confidential and MPG4 confidential. And I had indicated to you in an email that I was going to grant those motions. Those motions are unopposed. And due to the fact that the parties are no longer offering those positions, and also because of the complicated nature that it makes, having a public hearing with confidential documents. And again, I had indicated in the email I was going to grant those motions. I'm going to provisionally, now that we're at the hearing, provisionally grant those motions, subject to questions from the commissioners that may or may not be able to be answered. And so does anybody have any question on that ruling? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone.
No objection, ma'am.
Okay. So we also had a motion that I granted, and I will just memorialize for the record, that was filed by FEA and LES to allow Mr. Gorman to adopt the pre-filed testimonies of witness Amanda Alderson and that was also unopposed. Ms. Alderson had a medical issue and was going to be unable to attend the hearing. So my question to you, Ms. Drake, is whether FEA LES exhibits 5, 6, and 7 being her direct testimony, her rebuttal testimony, and her stipulation testimony. When you actually put those in the Dropbox, did you have Mr. Gorman's information? Or some attached pages, or did you still have Ms. Alderson's information?
I believe we kept it as it had been filed in the docket. So it still had Ms. Alderson's information. If you would like, we can have a verification by Mr. Gorman for each of those.
Did you have an opportunity due to an emergency situation from SPS that I believe I was notified by on Thursday, and then a motion was filed on Friday by SPS that witness Stephanie Niemi also had a medical emergency and was not going to be able to testify. And I believe a Mr. Ryan Matley, is that Mr. Dubois? Is it Matley or Matley?
Matley, Your Honor.
Okay, that a Mr. Matley is going to adopt that testimony. I believe SPS had attached, his corresponding information to that motion, and I'm just thinking that we need some kind of indication that for the record, that it is that Ms. Alderson's not testifying, and that it is in fact all of that testimony is going to be Mr. Gorman's testimony.
Yes, we did file a motion, and I can, if you would allow me a minute or two to get back to you on this, I can check to make sure that that motion included a verification from Mr. Gorman. And if not, I would suggest that perhaps we could file an amended motion to provide his verification as well.
Okay, very well, Ms. Drake. I just want to make sure that, again, that our record is going to be clear that, if somebody goes and looks, for example, at the exhibits for this case, and they look at FEA LES exhibits 5, 6, and 7, I want some indicia in that exhibit that it is in fact Mr. Gorman who's making that testimony. And the same goes for Mr. Matley, for Ms. Niemene's
Would it be
testimony.
acceptable if we added to, say, for example, Miss Alderson's 3 testimonies, if we added a cover page that expressly states it's adopted by Mr. Gorman, and then also attached to that his verification of that testimony, and then refile that as a corrected exhibit? Would that be the way you want to deal with this? Just so that the Dropbox and the record is cleaned up?
Mr. Lee,
Sounds good to me.
very well. I will need that for both Mr. Gorman and then, as I've referred, SPS filed a motion on Friday that purports to substitute Ryan A. Matley in the place of Stephanie Niemi, and that is also unopposed. And again, I just want to make sure, and he, that they did include the verification as an exhibit, and I'd like that and some type of cover page to make its way into the final exhibits that are offered so that it's clear on the record.
That's fine.
Whose testimony.
We will get that done as soon as we can. And
Okay.
apologies for the complications on that.
Thank you. And like say the same for SPS. Okay, so we've dealt with the SPS motion and the FEA motion regarding testimony. We've dealt with the ProHoc. We've dealt with the 2 confidential. So I guess just before I leave the topic, I would also indicate that there were 2 amended responses to bench request 5 and supplement filed on Thursday, one by staff and one by Occidental. And the one I want to refer to is the Occidental one, because it's my understanding, Ms. Coleman, that that particular exhibit actually modifies Occidental's initial response to bench request 5 and supplement filed on July 16th that had some confidential information, and that the amended response withdraws that confidential information as being non-responsive. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We had the confidential information in our possession from discovery, but it's really SPS's. And upon further reflection, we decided it wasn't appropriate for us to provide that in response to the bench request. And to avoid the issues with confidential information, we are requesting to amend the original response just to remove that.
Okay. Very, very well. As the parties know, and as we discussed last week, my preference is that only the attorneys for the parties and the witness who's being examined be live on Zoom. As the proceeding is being streamed on YouTube, others can watch there. You probably want to keep your video muted when you're not speaking. You are the representative for the party is required to appear via video. Please identify yourself before you speak for the benefit of all of us, and especially Mr. Lee, our court reporter. We want to make sure that he gets everything that he needs. And I believe parties are familiar with, we usually take a break in the morning, a break in the afternoon, an hour for lunch, and we'll do as best as we can to stay within the time frames that are the regular business day of 9 to 5, unless we're close to finishing a witness, then maybe we might go a little longer, but I'm not going to stress our court reporter. I think the final motion that was filed is the joint motion for admission of exhibits. And in essence, that particular motion, since there are a significant number of exhibits, as indicated by the motion, we have 50 exhibits just for the company, and then another 30 or 40 from the rest of the parties. So as the parties know, they were required to submit their exhibits into Dropbox by the close of business on Thursday. And I believe that everyone accomplished that. Excuse me. I just, I would like for you to identify, other than the 4 SPS exhibits, that would be SPS exhibit 21, 22, 23, and 24. And those are the direct testimony of Ms. Niemi, an errata to some of her attachments and testimony, her rebuttal testimony, and her stipulation testimony. Mr. Du Bois, are there any other SPS exhibits in the Dropbox that need to be changed?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. And Ms. Coleman, are any of the Occidental exhibits in the Dropbox that need to be changed?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Very well. And Ms. Drake and Major Buchanan, are there any exhibits in the FEA LES list other than exhibits 5, 6, and 7, which were the direct testimony and attachments of Amanda Alderson, her rebuttal testimony, and her stipulation testimony. Any other exhibits that need to be corrected?
No, ma'am. I would note that Exhibit 3, which is the direct testimony and attachments of Michael P. Gorman.
I'm sorry. I don't know who's speaking.
I'm sorry, this is Joan Drake for LES. I'm sorry. I was noting that exhibit FEA-LES Exhibit 3, the direct testimony and attachments of Michael P. Gorman, did have one correction on page 21, line 2, and that correction is redlined and noted in the Exhibit 3 that was uploaded to the Dropbox.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Drake.
And we have no further corrections.
Okay. Very well. And what about New Mexico large customer group exhibits? Any corrections from what was put into the Dropbox?
No corrections that we're aware of. That was Nick Stoffel for the New Mexico large customer group.
Very well, thank you. And that also includes the large customer group and Occidental exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, very well. And what about the New Mexico Attorney General exhibits? Any corrections from what was put into the Dropbox? Mr. Elliott?
This is Gideon Elliott. No, Madam Hearing Examiner, no corrections.
Very well. And what about the COG exhibits?
Mike Moffett for COG operating. We have no corrections.
Thank you. Mr. Bartel, what about for Walmart?
Randy Bartel for Walmart. No corrections to those exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bagatko, any corrections to the staff exhibits that were put into the Dropbox?
Madam Hearing Examiner, no corrections to staff's exhibits 1 through 6. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to try this, and I don't know that we have actually done this joint admission, but as I indicated, back when the parties floated this idea at the pre-hearing last week, I definitely would want the exhibits that were put into the Dropbox and that were going to be offered and disseminated to the parties to be complete and accurate, in that they testimony include any supplement and errata that the party might have filed for that witness. I also wanted to make sure that there was a verification similar to the affidavits and verifications that we have done in testimony, and that the witness would, if they were live at the hearing, would have to affirm that it was their testimony and that it was true and accurate. And there would have to be no objection. And unless I hear an objection now, with the exception of the 7 exhibits, 4 for SPS and 3 for FEA-LES, I am going to go ahead at the request of the parties, unopposed motion that we enter the testimony as a group, not to be precedential for me or anybody else if this doesn't work out, but I think that I can be sufficiently confident, based upon the representation of the parties, that we do have true, accurate, complete exhibits in this case. I have not asked, I guess, about the signatory exhibits. So I guess I'll ask you, Mr. Du Bois, is signatory exhibit number 1, the uncontested comprehensive stipulation, complete?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is signatory exhibit 2, which was the addendum to the uncontested comprehensive stipulation, that indicates that the parties are willing to toll the statutory consideration period while the commission is considering the stipulation, is that complete to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor, and they're identified as signatories exhibits 1 and 2 respectively.
Very well. Okay, hearing that, and if I don't hear any objection, I will go ahead at this point, at your pleasure, Mr. Lee, and I will read into the record the exhibits that are being entered.
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. Pursuant to my granting the joint motion for admission of exhibits, the following exhibits will be entered into the record in this case. Signatory exhibit number 1 is the uncontested comprehensive stipulation that was filed in this case. Signatory exhibit 2 is the addendum to the uncontested comprehensive stipulation. Southwestern Public Service Company, also known as SPS, has the following exhibits. Exhibit 1 is their application. Exhibit 2 is their notice of filing of affidavits of publication and web publication. This also includes the mailing notice of the direct customer notice. Exhibit number 3 is the direct testimony of David T. Hudson. And I'm not going to read them all in. Parties can take note as set forth in the motion, but SPS has identified corrections to that testimony since its initial filing, and this particular Exhibit 3 contains those corrections. SPS Exhibit 4 is the rebuttal testimony of David T. Hudson. SPS Exhibit 5 is the direct testimony of William A. Grant. SPS Exhibit 6 is the rebuttal testimony of William A. Grant. SPS Exhibit 7 is the direct testimony of William A. Grant in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation. SPS Exhibit 8 is the direct testimony of Dylan W. Desendis. SPS Exhibit 9 is the rebuttal testimony of Dylan W. Desendis. SPS Exhibit 10 is the direct testimony of Dylan W. Desendis in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation. SPS Exhibit 11 is the direct testimony of Sudeen G. Kelly. SPS Exhibit 12 is the rebuttal testimony of Sudeen G. Kelly. SPS Exhibit 13 is the direct testimony of Todd A. Shipman. SPS Exhibit 14 as the rebuttal testimony of Todd A. Shipman. SPS Exhibit 5 is the direct testimony of Patricia L. Martin. SPS Exhibit 16 is the rebuttal testimony of Patricia L. Martin, which was corrected, but as filed contains the correction. SPS Exhibit 17 is the direct testimony of Patricia L. Martin in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation, which also contains a correction, and the version submitted contains the correction. SPS Exhibit 18 is the direct testimony of Mark P. Moeller. SPS Exhibit 19 is the rebuttal testimony of Mark P. Moeller. SPS Exhibit 20 is the direct testimony of Mark P. Moeller in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation. SPS Exhibits 21 through 24 are being revised and are not included at this time. SPS Exhibit 25 is the direct testimony of Richard M. Luth. SPS Exhibit 26 is the rebuttal testimony of Richard M. Luth. SPS Exhibit 27 is the direct testimony of Richard M. Luth in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation. SPS Exhibit 28 is the direct testimony of Brian R. Davis. SPS Exhibit 29 is the direct testimony of Dane A. Watson. SPS Exhibit 30 is the direct testimony of Naomi Koch. SPS Exhibit 31 is the direct testimony of Michael O. Remington. SPS Exhibit 32 is SPS's notice of filing of corrected PDF version of attachment MOR-3 to the direct testimony of Michael O. Remington. SPS Exhibit 33 is the direct testimony of Casey S. Meeks. SPS Exhibit 34 is direct testimony of Jared J. Cooley with corrections included from the original filing. SPS Exhibit 35 is the direct testimony of Mark Lytle. SPS Exhibit 36 is the direct testimony of Benny F. Weeks. SPS Exhibit 37 is the direct testimony of Richard L. Belt. SPS Exhibit 38 is the direct testimony of Lawrence A. Bick. SPS Exhibit 39 is the direct testimony of David A. Lowe. SPS Exhibit 40 is the rebuttal testimony of David A. Lowe. SPS Exhibit 41 is the direct testimony of Ross L. Baumgarten. SPS Exhibit 42 is the direct testimony of Richard R. Shrube. 43. SPS Exhibit 43 is the rebuttal testimony of Richard R. Shrube. SPS Exhibit 44 is the direct testimony of Michael T. Knoll with correction from the original filing. SPS Exhibit 45 is the rebuttal testimony of Michael T. Knoll. SPS Exhibit 46 is the direct testimony of H. Craig Romer. SPS Exhibit 47 is the direct testimony of John M. Goodenough. SPS Exhibit 48 is the direct testimony of Mario G. Martinez. SPS Exhibit 49 is the supplemental testimony of Wesley L. Berger. SPS Exhibit 50 is the rebuttal testimony of Wesley L. Berger. Mr. Du Bois, at this time, does SPS have any other exhibits that it knows of that it intends to offer in this proceeding?
No, it does not, Your Honor.
How'd we do, Mr. Lee?
Good.
Awesome. Okay. The next set of exhibits are the Occidental exhibits. And OPL Exhibit 1 is the direct testimony and exhibits of Jeffrey Pollock. OPL Exhibit 2 is the direct testimony and exhibits of Billy, and that's I.E. S. LeConte. OPL Exhibit 3 is the rebuttal testimony of Jeffrey Pollock. And OPL Exhibit 4 is the testimony in support of the unanimous comprehensive stipulation by Jeffrey Pollock. Ms. Coleman, does OPL have any other exhibits it wishes to offer at this time?
No, Your Honor, and that does match our list of exhibits.
Okay, right. And again, just for Mr. Lee's benefit, people announce your name. Even if I call your name, just let Mr. Lee know who you are. Okay, thank you. And from FEA and LES, we have FEA LES Exhibit 1, the direct testimony and attachments of Christopher C. Walters. FEA LES Exhibit 2 is the testimony of Christopher C. Walters in support of stipulation. FEA LES Exhibit 3 is the direct testimony and attachments of Michael P. Gorman with a correction from the original filing. FEA LES Exhibit 4 is the testimony of Michael P. Gorman in support of stipulation. FEA LES Exhibits 5 through 7 are being changed and are not included at this time. Major Buchanan, Ms. Drake, any other exhibits that the parties wish to offer at this time?
Ma'am, this is Joan Drake. None that we know of at this time. Thank you.
Very well.
Your Honor, just for the record, this is Major Buchanan. Nothing further.
Thank you, Major Buchanan. Now we'll go on to the New Mexico Large Customer Group exhibits. And in MLCG Exhibit 1 is the direct testimony and attachments of Kevin C. Higgins. In MLCG Exhibit 2 is the stipulation testimony of Kevin C. Higgins. In MLCG Exhibit 3 is the direct testimony and attachments of Justin Bieber. And NMLCG Exhibit 4 is the rebuttal testimony of Justin Bieber. And does NMLCG have any other exhibits that it intends on offering at this time?
We do not, Your Honor, other than our joint exhibit with Occidental.
Okay, announce yourself, sir.
So Austin Rushoff on behalf of the NMLCG.
Thank you. And there is a joint exhibit between NMLCG and OPL. And that is NMLCG/OPL Exhibit 1. And it is the direct testimony and attachments of David J. Garrett. Are there any other joint exhibits from NMLCG or OPL?
This is Austin Rushoff on behalf of NMLCG, and no further.
Very well. Okay. The Attorney General exhibits, NMAG exhibits. NMAG 1 is the direct testimony of Andrea Crane. NMAG 2 is the direct testimony of Doug Gigax, including a first and second errata. NMAG 3 is the direct testimony and attachments of Matthew Cahal, including errata. NMAG 4 is the testimony of Andrea Crane in support of uncontested comprehensive stipulation. Any further exhibits to be offered by the Attorney General's office? Mr. Elliott.
This is Gideon Elliott. No further exhibits, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Thank you, sir. The COG exhibits. COG Exhibit 1 is the direct testimony of Stephen J. Barron. COG Exhibit 2 is the rebuttal testimony of Stephen J. Barron. COG Exhibit 3 is the testimony in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation of Stephen J. Barron. Any further exhibits to be offered by COG at this point?
Madam Hearing Examiner Mike Moffett on behalf of COG Operating, and we have no further exhibits.
Thank you. Walmart's exhibits. Walmart Exhibit 1 is the direct testimony and exhibits of Steve W. Chris. Walmart Exhibit 2 is the testimony in support of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation of Steve W. Chris. Any further exhibits to be admitted at this point on behalf of Walmart, Mr. Bartel?
This is Randy Bartel on behalf of Walmart. Madam Hearing Examiner, there are no other exhibits being sponsored by Walmart. Thank you.
Thank you. And staff exhibits. Staff Exhibit 1 is the prepared direct testimony of Milo J. Chavez. Staff Exhibit 2 is the prepared direct testimony of Jack D. Sidler. Staff Exhibit 3 is the direct testimony of Mark A. Tupler. Staff Exhibit 4 is the direct testimony of Georgette O. Ramey. Staff Exhibit 5 is a testimony in support of uncontested comprehensive stipulation of Mark A. Tupler. And Staff Exhibit 6 is the testimony in support of uncontested comprehensive stipulation of Georgette O. Ramey. Mr. Bogatko, any other exhibits that staff wishes to offer at this point?
No, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Did I forget anybody? Not seeing that I forgot anybody. So with that, all of the parties' exhibits that I just identified are admitted into the record in this case. I believe that takes care of all of the pending motions in this case. Parties can let me know if I have forgotten one or not addressed your motion. Okay, Mr. Lee, if you could just have the record indicate that not hearing anything from anybody. Okay. With that, does anyone have any other procedural matter that we need to identify at this point? No. Okay. Very well. I believe that SPS does have a proposed order of witnesses. And SPS has in that proposed order of witnesses, SPS has identified that it is offering SPS witness Hudson first. Do any of the parties have any questions? Parties or commissioners have any questions for Mr. Hudson? Okay. Don't see that there are any questions at this point for Mr. Hudson. Okay, so we'll move on. The second witness that SPS has offered is Mr. Grant. And I actually have some questions for Mr. Grant. So why don't we go ahead and take our 10-minute recess for the morning right now. And Mr. DuBois, you can have, Commissioner Fishman, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Hearing Examiner Hurst. I was distracted there for a minute, but I did have a couple of questions for Mr. Hudson, it turns out.
Okay, very well, sir. Let me admit him.
And we can do that after the break. That's fine.
No, that's okay. I was just going to try to utilize the time as a break and an opportunity for Mr. DuBois to get his witness. But I have admitted Mr. Hudson. He's connecting as we speak. Good morning, Mr. Hudson. Can you hear me?
He looks frozen, Judge. There he is.
No, there. Hi, Mr. Hudson. Can you hear me? Hi, Mr. Hudson. Can you hear me? Okay, you're waving at me. Where's your audio? Can you hear us? Mr. DuBois?
Will DuBois for SPS. If you'll give me a moment, Your Honor, let me make the call. And
okay, I'm asking him to unmute, but I don't know if that's...
Oh, he was unmuted for a second.
Hi, Mr. Hudson.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Thank
Well,
you.
I thought there weren't going to be any questions, but it turns out that Chairman Fishman has some questions for you. So let me have you sworn in. Okay. Mr. Lee, would you swear Mr. Hudson in?
Mr. Hudson, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Chairman, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Hudson, first of all, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Chairman Fishman.
Welcome to our hearings. They're always a party. I was noticing, and I just lost track of it on InfoShare, but I was noticing in your testimony or in your rebuttal, you were talking about how SPS has lower rates than everyone else in New Mexico and compares favorably across the nation. And I just wanted to check in on what that actually means. From other testimony in this case, I saw, and my memory may not be great, but that 80% of your kilowatt hour delivery basically is to large and industrial customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It would be to all commercial and industrial.
Okay, that would be to all.
Small and large.
And that's a significantly greater percentage of large and industrial customers than most utilities across the nation?
That's my general opinion, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm sitting here looking at average retail price of electricity from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And I don't know, Elizabeth, if you can call that up.
Commissioner Fishman, if you could refer to that as is it going to be, is it your 1, 2, or 3?
I'm not quite sure how much
Okay.
you might be 1.
Read me the
Average
title.
retail price of electricity.
I'm sorry, the title again?
Average retail price of electricity, United States monthly.
That's 3. That's Commission Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Let me see.
Basically, as I look at this nationwide, it shows that rates for industrial customers are roughly 50% of those for residential customers. And I don't have in front of me exactly what that ratio is for SPS.
Excuse me, Chairman. Mr. Hudson, do you have, I'm trying to get the share screen. My screen is not cooperating.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have that.
Okay, let me. Okay, can you see it now?
No.
No. David, you may want to turn up your speaker.
Okay, how about now?
There we are.
Yes.
So the yellow line on this chart is the prices for industrial customer. The customers, the brown line is average prices across the nation per kilowatt hour for residential customers. And I just want to note that, would you agree that for residential customers, I don't know what it is for SPS, but nationwide, it looks like it's about 14 cents. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from looking at this graph, but it's approaching that, yes.
Yeah, somewhere, it's rough. I don't want, I'm not trying to be precise here, but that roughly for industrial customers, it looks like it's hovering closer to 7 cents.
Yes, and there's multiple reasons for that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But all I wanted to ask is, when we're talking about lower costs overall, because your service is so heavily skewed towards large commercial and industrial, that's kind of baked in that your overall costs are going to be lower because you have a customer base that's less costly to serve because they're so heavily weighted to industrial and commercial. Would that be a correct statement?
I think it is accurate to state that the customer composition does affect our average retail cost per kilowatt hour.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to clarify is just that one item. And again, good to have you here with us. So, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's all I had.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe anyone else had any questions for Mr. Hudson. Do you have any questions based on the chairman's question, Mr. Du Bois?
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor, if I may have some very narrow questions I'd like to ask Mr. Hudson in follow-up.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson, could you please refer to your direct testimony at page 7?
Mr. Du Bois, you need me to pull the exhibit back up?
No, I was not going to refer back to that exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm on page 7.
And this was your direct testimony discussing what the rates would be if SPS's full increase were granted in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And is there a specific discussion of residential rates and comparison of residential rates to national and New Mexico rates in here?
For residential?
For residential in particular, yes.
Yeah, yes, there is.
And how would SPS's full requested increase in this case for residential customers have compared to the national average of residential rates?
They're about 15% lower on residential.
And how would SPS's full requested increase for residential have compared to the New Mexico average in particular?
It's about 23% lower than the New Mexico average. That includes SPS in the average. So the SPS is actually bringing the New Mexico average down.
So your point is that because SPS is in New Mexico, SPS is lower than average rates are bringing down the average in and of itself. Am I following that right?
That's right.
And just to be clear, again, this was based on the full requested increase, and the stipulation revenue requirement is lower than SPS's original request, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there would actually be a bigger difference on SPS's residential rates being lower than the national and New Mexico averages, correct?
That's right. With the stipulation, they're even lower.
Thank you. That was all I had. Hearing Examiner Hurst, Chairman Fishman, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the parties with regard to this particular topic? Anything further from you, Mr. Chairman?
No, thank you for that additional clarification.
Very well. If there are no further questions, then Mr. Hudson, thank you and your excuse, sir.
Thank you. Everybody have a good and safe day.
Thank you. We will go ahead now at this juncture and take a 10-minute recess. The clock says 10:15, so we will come back at 10:25. And I do have some questions for SPS next proposed witness, Mr. Grant. So we are recessed for 10 minutes. Okay. Mr. Lee, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Du Bois, you have another witness.
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Grant is here and available.
Very well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grant.
Good morning. Hearing examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you swear the witness, please?
Mr. Grant, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that no other party has any questions for Mr. Grant. So with that, I have a few questions for you, sir. And I think I understand your direct testimony generally, but I wanted to ask, part of your testimony includes SPS's compliance with obligations from prior dockets. Correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And you include a section of that in your direct testimony. Which section, sir?
I believe it's in section 6, Madam Hearing Examiner. Page 46, if that helps you.
Yep. And you refer to your attachment WAG-5, correct?
That is correct.
And have there been any changes, additions, or corrections to that exhibit since the filing, since you filed your direct testimony?
Madam Herring-Zimmer, I'm going to have to look at that exhibit to see if I have any knowledge of any changes to that.
And the bottom line, basically my question with regard to compliance and your exhibit WAG is whether or not your annual information filing you refer to as being filed on May 15th, but did you in fact file it on May 15th?
I do know that we made some of our required filings. I don't know exactly what date it was filed on and which particular filing you're referring to.
Well, it's your testimony, so I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But for example, if you look at page 15 of 19 of WAG-5 at bullet point 3 on that page, and bullet point 3 says provide customers, and this is referring to, I'm assuming, the requirements under case number 17-00044, which was the Hale and Sagamore CCN case. Under that bullet point, it says provide customers with a guaranteed level of generation as described in the stipulation and make annual information filing by May 15th, showing the production level from the prior year and the amount of any credit or recapture. So that's the filing I'm referring to, Mr. Grant.
It is my understanding we have made that filing.
And can you tell me exactly when you made that filing?
The subject's checked. I do not have the date in front of me, but I'm pretty sure we made it by the required date.
Okay, I looked for it. I couldn't find it specifically. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Du Bois, please consider that a bench request that I want to know when and if that particular filing was made.
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, Your Honor. We'll get that to you.
And so if you're not sure about if the filing was made, sure, can you tell me whether or not that you think that SPS is still complying with the requirements of case number 17-00044?
Yes, Madam Herring-Zimmer, I just don't know what date exactly it was filed, and yes, I think we are compliant. We did provide the savings report. My understanding, that report did show the savings that we are recognizing from the mainly the Hale farm, since that was in the first few months of the Sagamore production.
And can you tell me, I mean, with it, I know it's kind of hard without having it in front of you, but do you recall whether or not the savings are more or less or equal to what SPS had projected the savings to be?
It is my understanding that the savings, we are getting the projected production out of the Hale and Sagamore combined wind farms. Outside the first month of production on Sagamore, we're getting over about 52% production out of those facilities. And especially with the natural gas prices being the price that we are today, I believe the report shows that, yes, we are showing the savings that we projected in the case. And that was even at the projected cost of service that was in that case, which was higher than the stipulation.
Will Du Bois for SPS. While there's a pause, Your Honor, may I respond to Your Honor's bench request?
Yes, sir.
It appears to have been, based on the e-docket, it appears it was filed on May 14th, 2021, and appears as filing number 1201786.
What's it entitled, sir?
Southwestern Public Service Company's compliance filing under Section 6 of Modified Unanimous Comprehensive Stipulation.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you state that again, please?
Yes. Southwestern Public Service Company's compliance filing under Section 6 of Modified Unanimous Comprehensive Stipulation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grant, and in your direct testimony on page 92, is a section at line 1 entitled Depreciable Service Life of Tolk Generating Station. That's in your testimony, sir?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And Tolk, my understanding is a coal-fired steam generating plant in Muleshoe, Texas.
That is correct.
And as part of the last rate case, case number 19-00170, the parties agreed to SPS's proposal to retire and abandon Tolk in 2032. Is that correct?
I believe all the parties agreed not to oppose the abandonment and the depreciation to 2032. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the depreciation is based on a remaining useful life through December 31st of 2037, correct?
Yes, in the previous case, it was moved towards the 32 date. We agreed in that case to bring it halfway from the 2042 to 2037. And then in this case, the parties in that previous case agreed to not oppose to 2032.
Mr. Grant, did you testify in SPS rate case 48931 before the Texas Public Utility Commission?
Madam Examiner, if I'm not real good with case numbers, but if that was the last SPS case, yes, I did.
Well,
or the LPNL case.
And that's kind of the question. SPS had a rate case before the Texas Public Utility Commission, case number 48931, that was filed, I believe, in 2019. And the commission, the Texas Commission issued an order approving a stipulation in August of 2020.
Yes, ma'am, I did testify in that case.
And has SPS filed another rate case in Texas since that time?
SPS currently has a rate case pending in Texas currently.
And what's the number, sir? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, I do not know.
Okay. Mr. Du Bois, consider that a bench request unless you already know the answer.
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor. I'm no better with case numbers than Mr. Grant is, but I'll get that for you very quickly.
Okay. So with regard to the last rate case that you said you testified in, Mr. Grant, my understanding that there was an agreement in that case to also use a 2037 end of life depreciation rate for Tolk. Is that correct?
If my memory serves me well, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And we are asking 2032 in this pending case.
And again, I'm focused in on the I guess I'm just trying to figure out here, Mr. Grant, if you use 2032 as the end of the depreciation lives for New Mexico, are you using a different depreciation life in Texas?
No, ma'am. Like I said, we are depreciation. The problem we have with Tok is we're running out of groundwater, and we have been making the case in all the cases we have filed that we need to move the depreciation up to 2032 because that's when we have determined with our studies that we will be out of sufficient groundwater to economically operate the plant. And we have been filing and been consistent in our filings that we've been asking for 2032. The parties have agreed to move that direction. And of course, in this case, we're agreeing to 2032, and we're expecting that same outcome in Texas as well, because frankly, we're running out of the groundwater in the plant and will not be able to continue operating the plant past 2032.
And I understand that, Mr. Grant, and I mean, and I read Mr. Belt's testimony on the water modeling and several of your engineers' testimonies on this, and I'm gonna I think it's Mr. Cooley who I want to hear from specifically about that, and I have some questions about the asynchronous
Condition.
Yeah, the units, because basically I'm trying to understand if there's no water and not to mention it's coal fired, and y'all are going to shut it down, but yet you're going to continue with the voltage support, which I remember because of the transmission location, the importance of voltage support. I guess I'm just wondering if the plant's been depreciated out, what costs, if any, are going to be continued to be charged to your ratepayers for the operations that are going to occur at the plant?
Madam Hearing Examiner, what we are proposing to depreciate in 2032 is the equipment necessary to operate the boiler and to operate the turbine. The generator facilities and a little bit of the plant facilities and cooling facilities is the only thing that's needed to operate a generator as a synchronous condenser. So when we talk about depreciating TOC 2032, that's the equipment necessary to operate that plant as a generating station. What we are proposing is to the generator and the equipment necessary to operate a synchronous condenser would become a transmission asset and be depreciated out the normal life of the plant for the generator and necessary equipment to operate as a synchronous condenser.
And what powers that, if you know?
The system, a synchronous condenser, a generator is no different than a motor. You can run it as a generator when you have a prime mover, the turbine, or you can operate it as a synchronous motor and get the voltage capabilities of a generator. So you actually connect it to the system. You spin it up with a starting motor. When you get to synchronous speed, you connect it to the system. It absorbs a little bit of load. And then from there, you can adjust the excitation field to get the voltage support you need on the system.
So you're not going to be using coal to heat steam to run the condensers?
That is correct. We will no longer be using the turbine nor the boiler facilities at that location.
Okay. Additionally, in keeping sort of with my first question, you're testifying in part, beginning at page 28 of your direct testimony, about recovery of capital investment. And if you look at page 37, the question posed at lines 1 and 2, does SPS's inclusion of the Sagamore project in this case comply with the capital cost cap established in case number 17-00044-UT? And you answer beginning at line 3, yes. And then beginning at line 4, you say the total cost for Hale and Sagamore that will be placed in service by the end of February 2021 will be approximately a $1,562 per kW on a total company basis, which is well below the 1,675 per kW cost cap. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
On an individual basis, are they both below the cap?
It is my understanding that Sagamore was as combined together, but my understanding Sagamore was right at that cap number, but I do not believe it was over, but it was not as much savings at the Sagamore plant as there was the Hale plant.
As it was the what plant?
The Hale wind facility.
Hale is HALE. Do you know the numbers specifically, Mr. Grant?
That would be a better question for a witness, Mark Lytle.
Oh, good. I have Mr. Lytle on my list. Do you know generally any information about why the number was close you can share with us, or should I just wait?
Well, I think generally there was more transmission cost associated with Sagamore than there was Hill. So generally that's why the cost was on a per KW basis higher at Sagamore than it was Hill. We also had some increased delivery COVID. Really, it was a fantastic job by our production energy supply group to stay on the budget during COVID and actually meet the in-service date when we did.
So you had some unanticipated costs with Sagamore that you didn't have with Hale?
That is correct. We had delivery issues we had to work through. We had parts that were made in parts of the world that were being shut down. We had a lot of challenges, but we were able to proceed and get it done and stay on budget.
Of course, you had unanticipated costs with Hale too, didn't you? I mean, didn't I read in somebody's testimony that a tornado damaged one of the Hale turbines?
We did have some damage, but we didn't have the same amount of challenges along with COVID and some other issues at Hill that we had at Sagamore.
Well, and I can't remember whose testimony, perhaps you know, Mr. Grant, but and I'm sure you're aware as with your position as the Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Affairs. But I recall some testimony that indicates that for some of the services, you weren't getting that many bids from New Mexico vendors.
Yeah, I think you're referring to, we made a commitment to use New Mexico labor and resources as much as we could. And and we did that, but it is a very specialized process. And I think we were, again, having some difficulty there, but, Mark Lytle is the person that is over our projects for energy supply. He would probably be able to go into more detail than I could.
Mr. Grant, in looking at your testimony in support of the stipulation, the stipulation was actually admitted as an exhibit to your testimony, correct? When you filed your it was exhibit 1 to your testimony?
I believe yes, it was WAG step 1.
Uh-huh. And
Well, that's the revenue increase. That's not the actual stipulation. I believe the stipulation was a joint exhibit.
okay.
I'm sorry.
So on page 8, when you say, are you sponsoring the signatories exhibit 1, you're actually referring to the revenue requirement?
No, ma'am. I'm actually saying I'm sponsoring the stipulation itself.
Okay, that's what I thought. And you testified in the last rate case 19-00-170.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did you also prepare or are you familiar with the revenue requirement from that case?
I'd have to refresh my memory, but yes, I was.
Okay. Well, when you look at the last rate case and subject to check, Mr. Grant, exhibit A to the uncontested comprehensive stipulation in case number 19-00170 UT, page 1 of 10, is entitled SPS New Mexico Retail Settlement Rate Design Increase by Class. 12 months ended March 31st, 2019. And the bottom line of that document indicates in the horizontal column, it's entitled base rate increase. And at the very bottom of that column, it says total New Mexico retail. And it's $30,998,000. Does that sound about right?
Subject to check. I believe that sounds about right.
Okay. And basically that was approximately in the next column, percentage base rate increase, approximately 11.37% increase in your correct?
I believe that was 11.3% total base rate cost, but I don't believe, and I'd have to look whether that included the fuel savings that we were recognizing also as well in that case.
Okay. And for this, again, it says settlement rate design increase by class. And I can represent to you that it has the service classes on the left-hand side. And based upon just a quick comparison, to me, it looks like the same document that is included as Exhibit A, page 1 of 7, case number, our case 20-0023A. So if you look at that and you look at the percentage of the base rate increase per class at last rate case, it looks like total residential, which includes residential service and residential heating service, had approximately a 9.99% base rate increase. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, if my memory serves me well.
And if you look at the same or similar document for this case, and you look at the total New Mexico retail percentage base rate increase at the bottom of the page, it looks like it's 19.32. Is that correct, sir?
I don't have the table in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Du Bois, do you have the STIP?
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, I do, Your Honor.
Yeah, could you just let Mr. Grant have the STIP and Exhibit A, page 1 of 7? I mean, I guess. Do. I think I need to have more hands, and don't know why it won't. There we go. Anyone want to suggest to me how to rotate that document?
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor. If you're looking at the PDF, what I did was go to the View tab at the top, and there's a clockwise area.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. So you see that, Mr. Grant?
I see the table labeled settlement rate design increase by class.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I mean, if somebody is just picking up this document and they look, And they look down to the very bottom column under percent base rate increase. It says 19.32. Would they be correct in saying, well, there's a 19.32 increase in base rates?
Yes, but there's also a corresponding decrease in fuel, so a total bill impact would be more on the column 2, the far right of the document, which would be 9.03%.
Okay, show me where 9.03 is.
Okay, it's you were looking at small general service for the 19.32%.
No, I was looking at, first I'm looking at total. So I think you mean it would be 4.89.
Yeah, 4.89 for the total.
Okay.
And
then I was looking at residential. And residential would be 20.77. But then you say if you include the decrease in fuel, then residential ratepayers are only going to have a 10.84% increase. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you compare that to last time, the increase, the total retail increase was going to be 2.48, and the residential was going to be 3.53, correct?
Subject to check, that's correct.
Well, okay.
I just don't have the document in front of me to compare it to.
Okay. Well,
there are some slight differences between this case and the last case. The Hill Wind Farm was a bigger percentage of the last rate increase. In this particular rate increase, there were some other factors involved, including New Mexico load growth, including a lot of infrastructure. And so the percentages would be different for all those varying reasons.
okay. But like I say, according to last time, if the percent increase on total revenues is for the residential category is 3.53, and this time it's 10.84, according to my calculator, it's greater than 3 times the increase from last time. Do you think that's right?
If those numbers are correct, and that's what the numbers show.
Okay. Well, according to my calculator, 3 times 3.53 is 10.59, and what you're asking for is 10.84 on the residential. So you would agree that this time the residential ratepayer would be paying more of the revenue increase than they did last time, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd have to go into all the percentages of all the other classes to answer your question. In this case, the residential customers are going to be paying 10.84%. But I don't know what the other classes in the last case did. I have not looked at that for a while.
Okay, well, for example, if last time the small general service had a percentage increase of 4.56, and this time they have a 9.03, then they're paying more also, aren't they?
That would be accurate, yes.
And if last time the irrigation class had 4.55 and this time they have 11.10, then they're paying more also, aren't they?
That's correct.
Okay. And if secondary general service paid 4.07 and now they're paying 7.28, then they're paying more, aren't they?
That is correct.
And then as far as primary general service, if they paid 0.53 and now they're paying 3.35, then they're paying more also, aren't they?
On a percentage basis, I believe everybody's paying more. I mean, the settled amount in this case is 62.4 million versus the, I believe you quoted me 30 million for the previous case. So I don't believe those percentages are inconsistent with the amount of increases involved in both cases.
Well, and again, I'm just trying to figure out where we were last time and where we are now. And last time, I don't see that anybody had a negative increase in any of the service classes. You think that's correct?
Mr. Luth would be the best witness to do the impact of why the large general transmission service and the area lightings were negative. And I think it has a lot to do with the information in the test period and how the cost of service is designed. But Mike Luth is our design witness.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking generally that last time there weren't any negatives, if you know, sir.
I do not remember any negatives last time.
Okay. But as you have just indicated, there are some negatives in percent increase, that being the large general service transmission class, which is a minus 1.48, and the area lighting, which is a minus 3.4. Correct?
But if you look, that's total fuel, and I believe the reason for that is they are getting if you look at the large general transmission service, they are getting a 19.71% increase in base rates. But because the savings are allocated on an energy basis, they use more energy, so they get the savings from that.
Again,
but if you do look at the fourth column, they actually did have a base rate increase.
okay, and that base rate increase was smaller than the base rate increase for residential customers, correct?
Yeah, there's about a 1% difference between the two numbers, so that is correct.
Well, if the percentage of increase, as you point out, is potentially ameliorated by the fuel savings, somewhat, as the person that's in charge of the rates in the regulatory department, don't you think your residential customers are going to have some heartburn about getting a greater than a 3 times rate increase from last time?
Well, as we testified in, the Sagamore Wind Farm is not the only thing in this case. We actually had a lot of other investments, and there's a lot of other unique issues that were in this case as well. For the excess fuel and the return of the Lubbock transmission charge and a lot of other factors. So if you look at the increase of one particular class, but we still have testimony that we are providing reasonable rates and actually below average rates for the state of New Mexico. So I do believe on rate design, and again, Mike Liz would be the better witness for how the rate design played out. But we do believe that the rate design is accurate.
Well, and again, I understand technically, Mr. Grant, Mr. Luth may in fact be the technical witness for the numbers. I'm asking you though, as again, in your position, I consider you and Mr. Hudson, he's the president of SPS and you're the vice president of rates and regulatory. I'm not necessarily asking technical numbers. I'm asking, when you get ratepayers, that if they ever were to get to you, either see you out someplace or whatever, and say, hey, what about this increase? Whether or not you think, 3 times the increase you got last time is going to float very well with your ratepayers.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do understand your question, and it's one of those questions that we have invested a lot of money in infrastructure to serve the load, and I pay electric rates as well, and yes, I mean we strive to keep the rates as reasonable and as just as we can, and we understand that it is more than the last case, but we've spent a lot more infrastructure, and a lot of that infrastructure was in the state of New Mexico. I understand sometimes that's not a message we always want to deliver, but we still believe that we are very just and reasonable with our rates, and feel like our customers actually recognize that fact.
Well, and I'm familiar with your stipulation testimony, specifically beginning at lines 15 or page 15, continuing after Mr. Grant. So I do want to ask you about page 24 of your stipulation testimony. You're answering the question that was posed on page 22, lines 10 and 11. Are there objective indications of the reasonableness of the stipulated 62.4 million revenue requirement increase? And on page 24, you're at point 3, when line 1, when you say third, the stipulated increase net of reductions in fuel expense amounts to only a 1.09% total bill increase during the first year SPS's new rates will be in effect, and a 4.89% thereafter. That's your testimony?
Yes, and I'm talking about the total all classes together when I testify today. Yes.
Okay, and that answers my question then. Because my question was, how did you calculate that? And you're saying that's a total of all classes.
Yes, if you look at the table, the 4.89 corresponds with the percentage increase to the New Mexico retail load. That does not necessarily include some of those things that we agreed to in the stipulation of refund over 1 year time period.
And is the 1.09 total bill increase during the first year because it's not a full year?
I believe that's because some of the things that are in the stipulation are not included in that table. And that's why it goes back up to 4.89 after the first year, when some of the refunds we agreed to do are paid back within a year's time frame.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, sir. I will wait the answer to my second bench request. Did you happen to get that, Mr. Du Bois?
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, Your Honor. That was 51802.
I guess before you go then, Mr. Grant, what's the current procedural posture for case number 51802, if you know?
I'm sorry, madam, I didn't hear your question.
Do you know what at what stage your latest rate case is in Texas?
Yes, I believe discovery is coming to an end, and we should be receiving rebuttal testimony within the next month.
Okay.
And I believe the hearing is scheduled to be in November sometime.
Okay. Very well. Thank you, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I
was just about to ask you whether or not you had any questions.
Yeah, I do have a couple follow-up questions, if I may.
Please.
And I was going to reserve these for Mr. Luth, but since we've gone up this alley, I'll just do a couple of questions here. There is a big difference from the last rate case to this rate case stipulation about how the revenue increases are going to be divvied up among the classes. And I do have a concern that residential is a 10.84% increase, while large general service is a 1.5% decrease. That definitely does create a concern for me. But I was also looking at in your original rate proposal before the stipulation at how the proposed increases were divvied up. And by the way, I'm totally plugged into the idea that we're saving fuel. And so I think you're presenting this correctly, so thank you. But in your original proposal for this rate case, residential had a 9.44% increase. And this is from attachment RML1 of Mr. Luth's original testimony. So we had a 9.44% residential increase, and we had a large industrial of a 12.65% increase. So in your original proposal before the stipulation, once again, as in the prior rate case, you'd spread the increases a lot more evenly between the classes. And so I'm wondering why the change of direction in the stipulation, because clearly in your original submission here, you were very comfortable with something similar to the rate increase distribution in the last rate case. So if you could just give me a sense of the thought process that led you from that to where we are in the stipulation, I would appreciate it.
Madam Hearing Examiner, Chairman Fishman, I was not directly involved in the rate design settlement talks, but I do know that all the parties were involved in that process, and the changes, like in all cases from the fall testimony, came with the deliberations and inputs from all parties. So exactly, what drove that and stuff, I was not personally involved in all of those discussions.
Okay. Would Mr. Luth be able to help me out with that?
He is our rate design witness, and he'd be able to help you out too, but I believe he was involved in some of the discussions, but you'd have to talk to Mr. Luth about that. But I was not directly involved in rate design when it came to deliberations.
Okay. And I appreciate the fact that your rates are lower for residential than others, but to someone who's been paying a lot less, I am concerned about an 11%, or excuse me, whatever the number is, over 10% net increase in that residential bill. So I'll leave those more technical questions for later. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Du Bois, do you have questions of Mr. Grant?
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor. No, I do not.
Anybody else have questions?
This is Jason Marks, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have one or two.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Grant, you recall early on the hearing examiner asked you about Tolk.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And would you agree that the stipulation in case 19-00170 was essentially that the parties would agree not to oppose the plan that's in front of the commission right now to bring the depreciation to 2032 in this case?
Yes, that is what I was saying, is that they agreed not to oppose earlier when I responded to the hearing examiner. But yes, I would agree. We all agreed not to oppose the depreciation into 2032.
Would you also agree that the parties reserve their rights to seek a different retirement date for the Tolk plan after the filing of the company's Tolk analysis?
Yes, I would agree that that was part of the stipulation.
And would you agree that the Tolk analysis was filed earlier this month of July 2021?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the fact that no party has any position other than supporting the 2032 date doesn't imply anything other than the parties are following along with what they agreed to in the last stipulation, correct?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Nothing further.
Anyone else questions for Mr. Grant? Seeing none, Mr. Grant, thank you. You are excused. The next proposed witness, and before we go too far into our witness testimony, I did indicate to the parties that there were witnesses in addition to in addition to their stipulation witnesses that should probably be available to testify. And I indicated that one of the witnesses I wanted to hear from was Mr. Berger. Mr. Du Bois, when is Mr. Berger available?
Your Honor, I believe other than today, Mr. Berger can be available at any point.
Okay, thank you. All right, on the proposed list of witnesses, SPS has now proposed to offer Mr. Desendis for questions. Is that correct, sir?
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. We can have him appear. Nope, there he is.
He's raring to go, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. Mr. Lee, would you like to swear in Mr. Desendis?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that you have some questions for this witness.
Sure. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Mr. Desendis.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
We saw each other at the NARIC conference briefly.
That's right.
So I'll just lay out my general concern here and then go into the question so you know where I'm coming from. We just recently had a rate case where we decided on a 9% ROE that had substantially the same facts in it as this case. So I am concerned that we have a 9.35% ROE for Sagamore and Hale in this stipulation. And I'm concerned that it's going to create confusion about what our standards for return on equity are as a commission. So my first question is, we have a DCF as a commission. We've established DCF as the way we decide. We even have some specifics about how we use that DCF formula and what assumptions we use in it. And I won't read all of the witnesses what their original testimony on the DCF was, but quite honestly, they all circle right around 9%. And my question, quite bluntly, is why would we agree to a 9.35% here when all of our testimony on the DCF model that the commission uses is basically saying closer to 9%?
Sure. So I guess I could go back to the last proceeding that you guys just went to, the EPE case. And from what I understood, that was based on Ms. Nelson's and Mr. Kale's DCF model in the same type of manner of the New Mexico Commission, which leveled around 9.0. In my settlement testimony on attachment DWD3 Schedule 1, I recreated the DCF model under the New Mexico specific way to do it, and I got to a 9.38, which is close to what the settlement is. Lastly, the 935 is only, as you said, is applicable to the Sagamore and Hale plants based, and that's for a hurdle rate for customer savings. If you set that ROE lower, it would limit customer savings in this case. And then finally, the 935. The 935 is set as a maximum ROE, and there's a significant, I think it's $15 million disallowance to take into account all of the differences in opinion when it comes to ROE. So since the ROE wasn't agreed to in the settlement, there was that disallowance there. But the 935 is a maximum number. And it is based on the New Mexico DCF, or at least there's an anchor to it based on my recreation of it in my settlement testimony.
Okay, but that's different than what we got from other witnesses, Tupler, Cahal, Garrett, and Watson.
You mean Walters?
Well, excuse me. Yes, thank you, Walters. Why are we applying this 9.35 in particular to those two projects? Explain the mechanics to me of how that works.
Now, I'm not 100% sure about why they're setting it and what the savings triggers are, but as far as I know, it's based on cost savings for the generation, and the higher the ROE is, the more customer protections there are because there's a higher hurdle rate. But that's all I know, and I think that's the reason why they settled it at 935 there. But I don't know. You'd have to talk to somebody else about that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Will Du Bois for SPS, if I may, Your Honor. I would just offer Chairman Fishman, hearing examiner Hurst. I think that gets into some legal issues that I could certainly interject. I think you may be able to elucidate some if Mr. Chairman or hearing examiner, you would like.
If Madam Hearing Examiner is fine with that, yeah, I want to understand as best I can.
And I guess, Mr. Du Bois, why don't you start telling me what there's a legal premise to.
If I understood Chairman Fishman's question correctly, I believe he was at least in part asking why the stipulation is framed with reference to the Hale and Sagamore projects and also the reconciliation statement. And my interpretation of that is that there is certainly a strong legal element to that, and maybe beyond the scope of Mr. Desendis' testimony, and I may be able to help address that.
In what way?
Being able to address the legal reasons why that is in the stipulation.
Okay. Go. I'm not following you, but go ahead and tell me Mr. Du Bois, what you're referring to? I mean, are you referring to that the stipulation is compliant with past stipulations?
I'm referring, Your Honor, to that the stipulation is consistent, we believe, with the procedural order in this case and with a prior commission order that we needed to comply with and a commission rule.
Okay, and what would those be?
So, Your Honor, the procedural order in this matter, I'm going to paraphrase for the moment, and I can go back and get the exact words if necessary, required that a stipulation in this matter address certain specific numbers and matters as needed following a final order in this case. And we identified two things to which that would apply. One is the development of a reconciliation statement, which is required under the commission rules. The calculation of that reconciliation statement would be a matter for Mr. Matley, but we did identify the need to be able to have an ROE that could be plugged into that to run that reconciliation statement and also spit out the black box disallowance in this case. The second thing we identified is that the commission's order in the CCN case where Hale and Sagamore were approved required a 10-year achievement of net customer savings for those projects and required and able to perform that exercise, there be specifically stated revenue requirements for those projects, basically carrying through rate case to rate case in 10 years. And to do that, there is needed to be a return on equity that applies specifically to those. So you can calculate what revenue requirement the company needs to hit, SPS needs to hit in order to then see what the savings that need to be achieved from the wind projects will be. So, I essentially, to simplify, a higher ROE means more customer savings need to be achieved to comply with the CCN conditions. A lower ROE means a lower savings need to be achieved to comply with that. And so those were the matters applicable following the final order that were attempted to be addressed through the stipulation. And that's why Hale and Sagamore are specifically called out in that condition, Chairman Fishman.
So is it SPS's position then, if the procedural order at paragraph 6 on page 7, which required any stipulation and supporting documents, including a reconciliation statement, be filed, and that any stipulation shall, at a minimum, identify the following cost of service components to apply following the issuance of a final order: depreciation rates, return on equity, tax unadjusted weighted average cost of capital, and annual amortization amount for each amortized item in the cost of service. You're saying that requirement, but for that requirement and some of the stipulated agreements in case number 17-0044, you wouldn't have included an ROE?
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor. I can't speak to what the parties might or may not have agreed to in the alternative, but I can say that by my interpretation, at least, if that instruction had not been in the procedural order, then there still would have been the underlying requirements there, and perhaps there could have been a request to waive either or both of those requirements. There are sometimes requested waivers of commission rules under circumstances or waivers of application of previous orders. But the specific instruction seemed to seems to have preempted that discussion. I think there probably would have, by my interpretation, been a need to go back and seek relief of the procedural order before getting to those underlying issues. But I think we're getting, at least I'm getting a field onto legal interpretation on the fly, but that is how I would interpret that for myself, Your Honor, not being able to address what the other party's views might have been.
Well, haven't you had that particular language in the procedural order before, Mr. Du Bois?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't recall, but I can at least refer back to, we've had one previous final order in an SPS rate case since the CCN for Hale and Sagamore, the prior case where Hale was part of the application of the revenue requirement, and there was a stated ROE, there was a reconciliation statement. So that addresses your question, Your Honor.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. I don't think it's new. I mean, parties have been doing stipulations, specific and black box, over a number of years, and generally, the commission wants the bottom line. They want to know how it's going to impact the rate classes. They want to know what the increase is going to be overall. And generally, they want a cap structure, including, something that comes up with debt and equity and weighted average cost of capital and a return. So, I guess I'm having a little difficulty understanding why the requirements in the procedural order seem to be used by the parties as some kind of limitation on, or I don't know if it's at this point, if it's a sword or a shield that you're arguing, but so yeah, I've heard what you said. Chairman Fishman, does the explanation help you understand the witness's testimony?
Well, what it really comes down to, and what I'm trying to get at here, Mr. Desendis, is there any reason that the commission should approve an ROE figure for those calculations and for all those that need to be done as a result of the stipulation that is different than what we determine the appropriate ROE would be if we gone through a full litigated process?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I could walk you through some of my model results based on the New Mexico DCF that may help you out. So in my direct testimony, which I think was probably closer to the positions when you ruled for El Paso, if you take a look at.
Well, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, if you need something clarified, please do.
Well, you say you recalculated, but in your original testimony, when you came up with 9.06 as your DCF, you stated that you used the New Mexico methodology.
That's right. So what I'm trying to say is that it changes over time, right? So in my direct testimony on attachment DWD1 Schedule 3, page 2 of 15, you're right. It was 9.06 in my direct testimony. After some time, we went to go file rebuttal testimony. Now, if you take a look at attachment DWD2 Schedule 1, that same calculation is 957.
Okay.
Right? So it's the same as the New Mexico DCF, but just updated for I think it was May, middle of May. Yeah, it's May 14th, 2021 was the spot date for this case, or for this portion of my testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, in my settlement support testimony, a month later, 6/18/2021, that same number is 9.38. So the calculations are consistent with what you have, what not you, but the commission has accepted in the past. So that's where you can say it's consistent with the DCF model that we have used in the past, using the most current data as of the settlement or as of the stipulation. It is 938, 935 would be reasonable based on the results of that model that we support.
Okay. The fact that it bounces around so significantly, just based on a short period of time, causes me some concern about how much we should be relying on that model. Can you please speak to that?
Well, it really is. So my direct testimony was my spot date there was in October. So it was around Halloween of 2020. So it was November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So it was 7 months in between my direct and my rebuttal testimony. So it's more than half of a year. So I think the movement just based on between my direct and rebuttal testimonies may just be the passage of time and you know this is the market. We have the market data of these companies are volatile by nature, and you know when you start looking at relative risk and you start looking at model results. And you look at that and you see that that's what investors are looking at to find their opportunity cost of capital, which is represented by not only the DCF, but the capital asset pricing model, the risk premium model.
What?
I'm sorry, the capital asset pricing model and the
risk premium model.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. So, Mr. Desendis, what's the major factor that changed in the formula that led to these differences? Was it the growth rate? Was it the stock price? What was it?
I haven't made the study, but we could take a look at it. Now, the formula didn't change. The inputs to the formula have, just to be clear.
Right.
So in general, in between my rebuttal testimony, which was 514, and the settlement testimony, which was 618, it looks like the dividend yield may have dropped a little bit. But you know, sitting right here, I can't point out everything that has to do with it, but I mean, it's going to be new information. Generally, Value Line comes out every 3 months with a new set of growth rates for each proxy company, and it depends on when it's staggered. Now, obviously, if you have East, Central, and West, so they don't update all at once. So there may have been an influx of new data at that time or in between those times that had updated information. The prices obviously have changed one way or the other over the month's time. So I mean, it's varying, but in general, it supports what the company, all of the parties agreed to.
I'm going to come back to an exhibit. Let's see. Here we are. It's your exhibit from your initial testimony. It's attachment DWD 1, Schedule 2, page 5 of 5.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, sir.
And this is in a roundabout way, we're going to get back to talking a little about growth rate and growth rate assumptions. But I'll start right here with the financial ratios. And you have the earnings price ratio. This is page 5 of 5, if I didn't say that, by the way.
Right, I'm there.
And we see a very consistent number year after year there. Ranges from a low of 4.58 to a high of 4.99, but very consistent across the years, an average of 4.87%. Let me be sure I understand that number. Is that basically the earnings for the trailing year?
Yeah, it sounds about
the
right.
current price, is that what that means?
Yeah, and this would be the average price for the year to the
And
commission.
the average price for the year, okay. So if I'm looking just for that current year, based on the market price, that would tell me that investors, I don't know what you would call this, whether you call it expected or required, but they seem to be willing to hold on to the stock with a return just under 5% on that given year. Would that be a correct statement to make?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Tell me why not.
Because when you're looking at returns and expected versus required returns and things like that, you're basing it on capital appreciation plus dividend payments, right? So earnings to price ratio doesn't do that. It doesn't. Earnings may drive share prices, but it does not. It may drive a little bit of share price. It doesn't drive all of share prices, which means that the investor would not be able to say, "Oh, I'm looking at the earnings per share over the price." It doesn't jive there.
Well, stick with me because I think you're kind of headed where I was going to head. It seems to me that as an investor, okay, that's your 1-year return, but over time, you're going to probably be betting on the fact that there's going to be some growth. And as you go down the road, that even if that price ratio stays at 5%, if the enterprise is growing, I'm going to be earning more money on that same initial investment base, so that my actual return would be higher than that 4.99. If we pick that number as an example, over time, is that a good way to think of it, or am I still off base?
I think you might still be off base, but it's more that there are none. I guess in general, nobody that I have known of uses earnings to price ratio as a cost of equity model, right? Every witness in this proceeding used the form of the DCF, a CAPM, and some people use the risk premium model. Earnings yield or the earnings to price ratio is not really recognized by investors as a measure of the cost of common equity. So I don't know if that's. it's not a measure that I would use, and frankly, it didn't. None of the witnesses in this case used it either.
Okay. And how does this, and I'm just going to ask a couple more questions around, and I'm not going to beat it to death. How does this earnings to price ratio compare to the general market? And I'm asking because it seems to me that if it's that where it is, that it doesn't anticipate a super high rate of growth.
So I guess the first part of the question was, what is it for the market? To that, I don't know. I haven't looked at it. As far as talking about potential growth, I don't particularly think that using historical earnings and historical price would give any indication of growth through the definitions of the earnings to price ratio. So I don't. It's not an expectational value.
Okay. As we talk about growth, that was one area where at least one witness had a very different take on growth. And it led to a very different DCF result than all the others. But a couple of witnesses did bring up the point that growth can only stay at a certain level, can only be greater than your growth in gross domestic product. And I'll say real growth plus inflation. That your growth can only be bigger than that number for only so long, or your company would become bigger than the entire GDP. Give me your response to that assertion.
So in my rebuttal testimony, I went through a fair amount of trouble to talk about that. And I'll start first with just, if you're looking at, and what you're talking about is a multi-stage DCF, and then for that one particular witness, they did not even use company-specific growth rates in their DCF model, which wouldn't be attributable to the risk of that company if they don't use those. If you don't use company-specific measures in a DCF model, you can't get their actual investor required return. I also would like to say that we all agreed to a maximum of a 9.35 in the settlement, and the difference between the positions of, all of us is subsumed in that $15 million disallowance at the end. But I will continue to talk about this. So the multi-stage DCF has it's rooted basically in the life cycle of companies / industries. And the first stage is growth. The second stage is transition. And the third stage is maturity, where everything is kind of predictable and easily figured out by analysis. You could see that their earnings are going to be just so, and you pointed it out pretty easily on that page 5 of that schedule, you can see that the earnings to price is pretty steady. So if we're talking about electric utility companies, these companies are mature in nature. And because of that, that single stage growth DCF is appropriate because there is no takeoff, and there is no way that there's going to be a leveling off of risk. It's already leveled off. They've been distributing and transmitting and generating energy for 100 years now. Like there's nothing else. And when you talk about, say, infrastructure replacement, I like to talk about, say, like the Golden Gate Bridge, right? You start painting, and then when you finish painting it, you go back to the beginning and you start again, right? So when you're putting together, and not only that, when you start again, everything's more expensive because it takes time from one way to the other, right? So the growth of these companies are easily, looked at by analysts who provide projected growth rates for them. So in my view, there's no way that there should be a multi-stage growth. And then in general, as shown as your second point, when you're talking about if you outgrow the economy by X amount of, and then eventually it will grow to become the entire GDP, I'd like to point you to attachment DWD2, schedule 11.
I'm sorry, a DWT.
Yeah, I'll tell you again. It's
terrible
attachment
on this, so help me out.
So attachment DWD2, schedule 11. I take the growth rate of the highest growing industry in the country, which in this case would be educational services, healthcare, and social assistance. And then I run the growth rate to see when the company or that industry would become 50% of the GDP and 100% of the GDP. And frankly, the numbers are so high that it will never happen. To get to the 50th, to get to 50% of GDP, it'd be 251 years, and to become the entire economy, or at least 99.99% of it, it would take 3,749 years. And if you think how much the world has changed in the last 15 years, let alone the last 3,700 years, I don't particularly think that while technically correct, it's not actually going to happen.
Well, did you calculate what it would take for it to become 1% of the economy?
No.
Or 0.5%? Because isn't that much more realistic? And that can happen pretty quick.
Well, I mean, if you're, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir.
So let me I'll finish that thought.
Sure.
Using 50 and 100, I mean, that's easy illustration, but at the point, say, SPS became even a fraction of a percent of the total economy, that would be basically an untenable result. So those numbers, I have to say, don't particularly impress me.
Okay, well, maybe I'll draw some relief to that. Okay, that same portion of what I just said, and it's shown on Schedule 11, page 1 of 1. The educational, healthcare, social assistance, they're already about 10% of the economy. So to get from 10 to 50, it takes 250 years. So I don't particularly think that.
Okay.
a utility company or any set of utility companies would ever make it to that. And what they're trying to say, some of these other witnesses, they're trying to say that you can't do it that way. But it's pretty simple to see. I guess I'm not impressed by what they say when they say, oh, eventually it's going to be the entire economy. No, it's not. It's not. If one of the biggest sectors in the country is going to take 3,000 years or 3,800 years to become the entire company or the entire country's GDP, there's no way that one utility company is going to outstrip the entire United States economy anytime soon.
Madam Hearing Examiner, are we going past your scheduled lunchtime, or was that 12:30 or?
It's generally between 12 and 12:30, sir. If you have more questions that you want to ask this witness right now.
I have more, but I have a feeling I'll have a few more after lunch.
Okay.
So,
Well,
just-
we can go ahead, sir, then, and we can take a break now. I have that it is almost 12:15. So why don't we take our scheduled lunch break now and come back at 1:15 and we'll resume with your questions.
Okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Desendis. It's illuminating. Thank you.
See you after lunch. Yeah.
Okay, we are recessed until 1:15. Thank you. Mr. Lee, can I assist you in any way?
No, I think I'm good. I do have one question.
Okay.
My sound could be a bit better. Are they saying full bore, B-O-R-E? That was a while back.
Who said it?
Madam Hearing Examiner, what we are proposing to depreciate in 2032 is the equipment necessary to operate the bore? That's what it sounded like, and I have no idea. It doesn't seem right to me.
No. That was Mr. Grant.
It was the prior witness, yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll have to get a clarification once we get back on the record.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. So we will be recessed. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are we doing, Mr. Lee?
Good. Whenever you're ready, Judge.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we are back from our luncheon recess. And Mr. Chairman, I believe you have some questions for Mr. Desendis.
Correct.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Desendis, I hope you had a good lunch.
I think I might have had half a sandwich too many, Mr. Chair.
Well, okay, I'm going to take advantage of that now. Actually, during my lunch, the cat brought a bird into the house, and I've got a bunch of feathers all over the bathroom now. That's so much for my sad story. I wanted to clarify one thing that you said before we broke. You'd said that DCF makes no sense. If I understood you correctly, you said DCF makes no sense unless you do it for the individual company. Is that correct?
Using company-specific data, yes, sir.
So I'm confused on that because there is no market data on SBS, so we used a proxy group, correct?
Right.
So couldn't we really
Right.
develop that on 13 proxy companies?
That's right, sir. What I was saying was, when you use the DCF, you should be using company-specific growth rates. I guess is that what you were confused about? Like so okay. Meaning the 13 companies using their specific growth rates.
Okay. Coming back to growth rates, one of the things that I saw in other testimony was that, and I haven't looked at this myself, but that in the IRP for SPS, the New Mexico IRP, that there was in terms of kilowatt hour growth, the growth rate was pretty small, less than 0.5% per year. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, but I would disagree with you that load growth or would be anything would be a sole determinant of growth, like I was talking about earlier, where I think one of the main drivers in this case was rate base construction, adding to rate base. And then I had the example of the Golden Gate Bridge where, you know, when you finish painting, you start at the beginning and start painting again. That will continually happen. So, and since materials in the future cost less than the past, there will be continual growth of rate base, which would be another factor to consider when you think about growth in the DCF analyses, among other factors.
Mm-hmm. Hearing examiner Hurst, could you just quick pull up? It's probably exhibit 1. It's just the unit growth rate. And I take your argument. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Desendis, but I just wanted to focus on this one piece of the growth for now. And by the way, when we say that we've developed these numbers from 13 companies and we have the DCF bouncing around the way it has, that is a very disturbing thing to me. That pick a month and pick your new DCF. It's not the kind of stability I would hope for.
I mean, unfortunately, that's how market data and investment requirements change over time. You can't just like you can't fix an ROE from like 2008 to now.
Yeah.
You have to continuously monitor that. And that's why, you know, what I said earlier about applying, say, a authorized ROE in another case to this case wouldn't be appropriate because obviously market data have changed.
Mr. Chairman, is that the one you want?
I can't see it.
I can't see it either.
Your lovely face, though.
Can the party see it? Not yet.
No, ma'am.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Can you blow it up a little bit so I can see it a little bit closer and maximize it? All right, that works.
There you go. So it's the blue line here that's basically all generation. And this isn't just utilities, this is across the country, and it goes from, well, you can just take it from 2005. It goes from 2000 to 2020. And this is net in megawatt, thousands of megawatt hours, net generation United States, all sectors monthly. And again, it's by fuel down below, but it's the blue line that's the total. And what I want to point out here is that from a unit growth standpoint, just unit growth, it's basically been flat since 2005. In fact, since 2000. And this again is U.S. Energy Information Administration. So that's what we call a mature industry, as you referred to before, correct?
I don't know if that, I mean, I wouldn't say, I mean, I agree with you that this is what you're saying, that it's a net generation of the United States, all sectors monthly. What I don't agree with is that anybody would use this as a measure for growth in the DCF analyses.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is one component of growth. I understand what you're saying. There's inflation, there's There's the need to replace equipment that changes revenues. I get that. But I'm just talking right now about this one specific component.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would say is that usually in analyst growth rates, they don't break it down either. So like say, this piece is generated load growth, this piece is rate-based growth, and this piece is inflation or whatever. There's never really an add up. It's more of a take everything into consideration and then make a so I don't know if analysts, what kind of weight analysts give these. That's kind of what I wanted to say.
Okay. Let's go to the, Elizabeth, could you go to the Exhibit 2? So this is basically the same chart, except that now they're just measuring, again, U.S. Energy Information Administration. Now they're just measuring the growth of utility delivery of electricity. And the idea here is that, obviously more people are doing solar systems on their homes. We see more community solar. Some businesses are generating their own electricity, depending on how they've done it. So that actually what we see here is a decline in total kilowatt hours delivered over time. Any comment on that?
I mean, generally, I think the chart speaks for itself, but I guess I would maintain saying that we don't know what kind of weight an analyst would give this. And also, if you're looking at things like this and the trend continuing to go down, that would actually place increased risk on the utility company based on, risk on stranded assets and things like that.
Mm-hmm. So let's go to the third chart. H.E. Hurst.
I'm looking.
I like the sound of that. H.E. Hurst. I'm going to use that now.
Okay, you want number 3?
Yeah, it's the price one.
There you
We
go.
looked at it a little earlier.
Okay. Is it?
Not there yet.
Okay, it's up on my screen. Now it just has to get to your screen.
I think you got it now.
I see it too.
Thank you, H.E. Hurst. I asked her to do this for me because we would be here all day if I was trying to do it.
Me too.
So here again, we're looking at this price curve, and I would go, it's the, all sectors is the blue line. It's kind of intermingled there with the green line, which is commercial. And, what I'm seeing here, and tell me if you read this differently, is that in 2010, the all-in price was hovering around $10 a kilowatt hour. And by the time we get to 2020, we're hovering around $11 per kilowatt hour. So I'm looking at price growth here, and that looks pretty darn small. So can you comment on that? If the units aren't growing and the price is growing that slowly, where are we going with the growth?
I can't speak to the rate design or anything like that. But I mean, I read, if you take a look at that chart the way it is, and if you look at 2010, it looks like it's ranging between 10 and 11 cents, maybe in 2010. And then in 2020, it looks like it's ranging from, if you look at the trough of that curve, I mean, you're looking at 10 to 11 cents too, I think. I mean, other than that, I can't really speak to it. Yeah, a little bit higher, but I don't know what a fraction of a penny would do.
Yeah. So my main point here is over 10 years, the price has grown perhaps 10%. If you compounded it, what would that be? A half a cent a year, maybe 3/4 cents? I don't know, but it's small.
I wouldn't say it's even that much, because from what I mean, if we had a breakdown of it a little bit, but I mean, it looks like it's from 10 cents to like maybe 11 cents, because the top of that chart says 15 cents, right? So if you're looking at it that way, you're going from 10 cents to 10 1/4 cents maybe over 10 years.
Yeah. Well, so my point here is, and comment on it, because maybe I'm wrong, but if I have no unit growth in sales, we'll just say that's flat in terms of kilowatt hours, and my price is only going up minutely, I'm not seeing any growth. Not any growth. Now, there could still be growth in earnings, but that would have to come because my costs were going way down. So,
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I guess this would probably be better spoken to, at least the difference between, and this chart is a general chart, not SPS specific, but it may be better addressed by Mr. Matley, because he's the revenue requirements witness, and he would be able to figure out what drives what here.
Okay.
But in general, if you're talking about consumption and price and things like that, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't really have much of an opinion on it.
Okay.
My opinion's based on the market data shown, used in models used to measure the cost of equity. And like I said, we're talking about load growth and things like that. I don't think that these type of trends are used or if used, we don't know what kind of weight they're given by analysts in developing their growth rates.
So you're talking about the analysts, and I guess it's Value Line. Who else? The S&P.
I mean, there's several. So two are right. The one's S&P Global, one's Value Line, one's Zacks, Yahoo, Bloomberg. There's several.
Has there been any tracking of the accuracy of these analyst forecasts?
In general, I don't think so. But I think when you think about accuracy and what you think about what's going on with growth rates and projections in general, it's more that you're looking at investor influence. So if you take a look at these forecasting services, they influence investors, whereas so when and I guess an easy analogy would be if there was going to be a major hurricane or snowstorm or something, everybody would go to the grocery store and pick up milk and eggs and bread, and then even if that storm never comes, that still influence the behavior of the people in general that are influenced by those forecasts.
Okay. So what I'm hearing though is that you're accepting the analyst forecasts, but you, in terms of representing SPS here, can't really explain what's going on with price and what's going on with quantity. You don't know the forecasted growth in units. So it sounds like we're just kind of taking a number from outer space when we get it from these analysts. We have no visibility into how they came up with that number. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, if you go on to earnings, well, I don't agree that you're getting the number from outer space. These numbers and this market data is what investors rely on. These market models are what investors rely on. So I don't agree with the statement that you're getting numbers from outer space, because all of us went and we looked for comparable companies, and from those comparable company groups, we applied market data of those groups and performed various financial models that show the opportunity cost of capital. And there's significant amounts of academic literature that talks about the supremacy of analyst forecasts in a DCF analysis. So I don't expect that, that is what we've done. It's not through outer space. It's from data in the market. And secondly, because the price per unit and things like that aren't considered at least not specifically weighted by analysts. No, my assignment in this proceeding is to find the investor required return, not why the price or the load growth is increasing or decreasing.
But you would agree that total unit sales and price per unit trends are a huge factor in determining real world growth, at least in sales volume. I'm not saying in profit margin, but I'm saying in sales volume. Am I incorrect?
I would say that there are two out of several, right? I think the major driver of this case is investment in infrastructure. So you have to look at the growth of that too, like I just said, I said earlier. So I don't, if you're looking at one piece of the puzzle, you can't really see the whole puzzle. You can't see the picture.
So is there another component to revenue other than unit volume sold times price?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
But you'd have to talk to Mr. Matley. I wasn't the revenue requirement witness or anything like that.
Yeah, things could be totally flat there. You could still have growth in earnings because costs are going down or in another part of the equation. So I'm not coming to a final earnings growth conclusion. I'm just looking at the elements. Who would be best to talk to confirm? And again, I was looking, this was probably Garrett's testimony, and he'd looked at the IRP, and I think he said it was like 0.3% annual growth in volume for SPS in kilowatt hours produced, sold. Who would I talk to confirm that?
The IRP, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just check as SPS witnesses come up. I'm sure we'll get to one to confirm that number.
I'm looking at Mr. Du Bois.
He's the one always on the spot.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, subject to check, I think either we could take that as a bench request or it might be this week's. But I would need to check for sure.
Maybe a bench request is the best way. It's a simple one. It's just a quick lookup. So I'm going to take a little different tack here for just a second. And
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt just,
Sure.
This might be a good time to do this. Excuse me. SPS has had the opportunity, as have the other parties, to actually view Commission Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Commission Exhibit 1 is the EIA Net Generation Monthly exhibit. Commission Exhibit 2 is the EIA Utility Generation All Sectors exhibit. And Commission Exhibit 3 is the Electricity Average Retail Price Monthly exhibit. I propose to enter Commission Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 in the record. Is there any comment or objection on Commission Exhibits 1, 2, or 3? Hearing nothing, Commission Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted and they are already in Dropbox. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And one last question on growth. I believe in the models I was looking at, most folks were using the analyst growth projections. And that was ranging in the 5 to 5.5% range. Is that pretty much correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I just want to point out that in comparison, what I'm seeing, and again, this is just price, not talking, this is just volume, not talking earnings, is that I'm seeing approximately a 1% a year growth in sales volume. This is industry-wide. And I believe we'll see something similar with SPS. And that goes up against somewhere, I'll call it 5.2 or 5.3% on average growth rate used in these DCF models.
Right, I think that's right. I mean, but like I said, there's several facets to growth. I think there may be a piece of that what you were saying. I don't know what the weight they were doing, but if you looked at, say, that Schedule 11 I had in my direct or in my rebuttal testimony on Exhibit DWD2, and it showed the compound annual growth rate for utilities over 1947 to 2020, you'll see that their growth rate was around 6.5%. So we are. I think that it would be in line with what the industry has seen in the past. When you take a look at the growth rate of those companies and their contribution to GDP growth over the years.
Mm-hmm. And I'll ask a question. Would you agree that there's been some pretty dramatic change in the industry with consumers being able to generate their own power and different technologies coming into play? So that 1947, going back that far, might not be a very good way to take a forward look at growth, because it was a different world back then.
Well, I agree with you, and that's why we use projected growth rates. But I just wanted to kind of put a benchmark in your head to say that, you know, it is close to, if anything, you know, that type of, if you think about it simply, you're still turning a turbine, and then you're moving that energy to a consumer, and that hasn't changed.
Okay, now I'm going to go to a different tack, and hopefully I'll bring this to a close pretty quickly. So you've been very patient with me. Thank you.
It's great talking to you.
We're going to, well, I'll talk a little about Hope and Bloomfield. In your original testimony, you had done an analysis of utilities that were not under rate regulation. I'm not going to go deeply into that, but you did that based on the idea that Hope and Bluefield, excuse me, does not, I'm always wanting to put an M in there. That the Hope and Bluefield decisions do not limit our comparisons to other utilities. Is that correct?
Yes, so it follows the comparable risk standard. So as long as you can as long as you can prove that the companies that are not utilities are of comparable total risk, then it would be a good tool to consider in doing your ROE analysis.
Okay. In his testimony, Mr. Garrett posits that utility regulators have kind of gotten themselves in a bubble by always comparing returns to other utilities, and they end up just copying each other's ROEs, or at least staying in close alignment. And then in doing so, they've kind of drifted away from the real dynamics of the open market. So first, just give me a quick comment. Is that how you interpret his testimony?
Now, obviously, I don't agree with it, but yes, I think that's what he is driving at.
And I have to say that just common sense, my day-to-day stuff is, if I went out and was to invest in a fund, and that fund was guaranteeing me a 9% return, I would be looking at that as a fairly aggressive fund compared to most. It would certainly be a growth fund. Would you agree with that or not?
Are you asking me whether or not an expected return of 9% would be an aggressive fund or not? Or like, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like it depends, and I don't think you could really draw that to a utility, but I don't know if that was your question or not. But I don't think it would be, and it depends on. And usually, funds don't have expected type returns. They have historical performance, which is a little different than what we're talking about here.
Sure.
So I don't know how to answer your question. I don't think I agree with it though.
Okay. Well, I'll go back to another piece of your testimony where you compared, though you said we shouldn't be comparing, you did compare New Mexico para return 7.25% to the capital structure and what the return is the weighted average cost of capital at
Yeah, I think, yeah, that was pages 16 and 17 of my direct testimony.
Yeah, and
Looks
you made an interesting comparison there, and you were saying, gee, if we you said that the pension fund at 7.25% expected return was a mix of debt and equity, and that it actually, if you look at the weighted average cost of capital for SPS, they were actually fairly comparable. Is that a correct way of characterizing that?
Yeah, it says the SPS's proposed authorized weighted average cost of capital in this case is 761, which is relatively comparable. And I'd like to note that, you know, the settled 7.07 is even more comparable. Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned that there's debt and equity. Para, like most pension funds, has many more investments than just standard equity and debt. Do you happen to know what those are?
No.
Okay. And again, I'll ask the hearing examiner. I just looked it up. So I'm saying this, but I don't know if that's putting evidence in place or how I should proceed on this.
And I'm sorry, sir, what was the fact that you're referring to?
So there are other investments that Para makes other than debt, than just straight S&P 500 debt and equity.
Ask the witness if he knows.
I did, and he said no.
Well,
so can I say what I saw, or?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll get it with another witness somewhere down the road here. What I will say is there's lots of other, I'll get there. There's lots of other things they invest in that are actually very aggressive investments.
Yeah, and I, even though they're comparable in total return, I don't know if they're comparable in risk, depending on what we're saying here or doing. We don't know whether or not they're comparable at all, frankly.
Well, having made the comparison to the 7.25%, would it make sense, since we've talked about Para, to basically get their public record on what those elements are and what their expected return is on each of those elements, including equity, including debt?
Okay, I think.
Is that something you would agree would be relevant evidence here, since we brought it up?
No, I don't think so. I think that no witness in this case has brought up or used expected returns on pension funds or any other funds in their analyses. I don't think that if you look at financial analyst journals and textbooks, they don't say this is how you find the cost of equity. So it's not applicable to finding the cost of equity in this case. I think that's it. I mean, it doesn't. And if you're looking for something as a marker, like an index, you would want to look at, you know, the S&P 500 or the S&P Utilities Index, and those are things that may be applicable, but expected returns on funds that nobody even knows the components of certainly are not comparable investments to be used in a cost of capital analyses for an electric utility company.
So Hope and Bloomfield, I'm going to go, this is Hope I'm reading from here. The return to the equity owner should be commensurate with returns on investment in other enterprises having corresponding risks.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any investment other than utilities, in your opinion, you've said we can compare to others, that you could compare and come up with commensurate returns? Because as I ask you, we seem to be heading to an answer of no.
Now, I think I said 5 minutes ago, if you could determine that they are of comparable risk, you can use them in a cost of capital analyses, which I did in Schedule 6 of my direct testimony. So if you have that in front of you, so total risk is, and I'll talk while you find it.
Okay, thank you.
Total risk is comprised of market risk and non-market risk. And what I did to ensure comparability between my non-utility group and my utility group is that I took measures of market risk, which is the unadjusted beta, and then for non-market risk, the residual standard error of the regression of that beta, to find out whether or not, so if both of them are in the realm, like within the ranges of those risks, that means their market risk and non-market risk are similar, which means their total risk is similar. Okay, so if you take a look at that page 3 of that schedule, and you go down to the very bottom.
Is this in your rebuttal or your original? I'm sorry.
Either one's fine. So it'd be page 3 of Schedule 6 of my direct, and then it would be page 35 of Schedule 1 of my rebuttal. So either one has it.
And this is the one that has a long list of companies with their betas on them?
That's right.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
All right, so if you look at column 2, which was the gauge of the market risk, the unadjusted beta, you could see in both my direct or rebuttal. Which one are you looking at, sir?
I haven't even gotten to it yet. I'm just going from memory as I try and get my computer working.
Well, I guess this is important, so I'll wait until you get it.
Okay.
And Mr. Desendis, tell me again which schedule and which page of your direct.
So if you're looking at the direct testimony, it's attachment DWD1, Schedule 6, page 3 of 3.
And in your rebuttal?
Yeah, so that's attachment DWD2, Schedule 1, page 35.
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Desendis. Are these the same in both places? I pulled up the first one. Is the second one a different document?
Yes, they are, Commissioner. So when you draw when you make the screening criteria, it's at a point in time. So as time goes, some come in and some come out of the comparable group, just like if you're using electric utilities, some come in and some come out.
Okay, in your rebuttal, you said DWD2, Schedule 1, page 35 of 45.
Right, and it should say proxy group of non-price regulated companies comparable in total risk to the proxy group of 14 electric companies.
I'm sorry, comparable in total risk?
To the proxy group of 14 electric companies.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Desendis, I'm still unclear. Are we looking at the same document in both locations, or are they different documents?
So it's the same, just different timing.
Oh, I see.
So if you look at the direct, it's 47 non-price regulated companies, and then in the rebuttal, it's 45 non-price regulated companies. So it does change as time goes on, whether or not some are made to be comparable and some aren't, given the ranges of the results. But Ms. Hearing Examiner, can you scroll down to the bottom of that page, please?
Oh.
So
thank you.
We got you. We got you covered.
Which one are we on?
So I think that's just my rebuttal.
It is.
So if you take a look at the two middle columns, okay, you can see that there's similar. So if you look at the average unadjusted beta and for the proxy group, for the utility proxy group, and you look at the unadjusted beta for the non-regulated proxy group, you can see that they're relatively similar. And then the third column there, it's the same type of, it's close. It's very close in total risk when it comes to the average. So because these companies, this proxy group is similar in total risk as measured by these two measures, I deem that reasonable to consider in my analyses.
Okay, H.E. Hurst, could you scroll that down a little so I can see the headings?
And Commissioner Fishman, I think if you look at page 33, there's a narrative portion of it in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to look at my direct testimony, there's a little bit more. If you take a look at starting on page 68 of my direct testimony, if you want to read about how and why, you could take a look at that too. But there's the narrative portion and the ranges that I selected to get to the non-regulated proxy group.
Okay. Would you say that utility betas are at a historic high?
I wouldn't say historic high, but they definitely have gone up since the pandemic. And I think in my rebuttal testimony, I think it was in response to Mr. Kale, it showed that that the correlations, the two and 5 year correlations between the utility proxy group and the market have stayed elevated since the beginning of the pandemic. So betas in general should be at that elevated level for at least the next 2 to 5 years, depending on what you're using to measure your beta.
Beta has been so volatile, and I think we saw that in Mr. Cahal's testimony, is that it's hard to have a lot of reliance on it for any analysis, or at least the value line beta. So I'm not quite sure what to do with that comparison. So I'll ask a couple questions around it to maybe dig into that for just a second. And I guess the beta's bouncing around is kind of an odd thing because the things that are different about a utility company that's rate regulated are permanent. And it's always going to have, I believe, a lower risk because one, you've got a captive customer base largely. Two, that if you run into problems and you can't get a reasonable return, you can always come back to your regulators who have a responsibility to be sure you get a reasonable return. And those are the two biggest. There's a bunch of other factors too that you'll permanently have a protection that frankly no other business enjoys. So I get kind of suspicious when I see an unregulated, non-price regulated proxy group shown to have the same risk level as a price regulated. Thoughts
Your
on
question, sir?
So the question there is, why in this case would the betas be so close? I don't get it.
Okay, so I think there's a lot to unpack there. A couple statements that I didn't agree with, but I'll start with the one thing is that we've set, there was an agreement to a settlement of 935, and that was anchored on the DCF model, specifically the New Mexico DCF model, and that number is 938, and the 935 is reasonable because of that. The thing about beta is a relative adjustment. When you're looking at betas of individual companies, it's the relative volatility and the relative correlation between those companies in the market. So it can change from time to time. So yes, it may be volatile, but that's what the market is measuring at this time. And if an investor is looking to put their money down, they need to take into account that market data to realize the return that they're looking for. So I don't agree that it's suspicious or anything like that. And then, even though that looks like a long list of companies, the 47 and the 45 companies, that group is screened up against 7,000 companies. So it's a very small group when you consider the universe of companies we screen that through. Mm-hmm. And it also shows that I agree that utilities have a risk that is unique, and it's hard to find comparable investments outside of that, outside of the utility arena. And because of that, you have to look at these relative risk measures and whether or not you can make a comparable group. If you couldn't make a comparable group, then you wouldn't use it. But there are companies out there that do have those type of attributes that get them to be similar in total risk. Now, I guess back to the CAPM, I think I said what I needed to say about the betas. Actually, but one thing concerning value line betas as opposed to say Bloomberg betas, value line uses a horizon of 5 years, so it reaches back a further amount of time than say the Bloomberg betas. So usually the value line betas would be more stable than the value line betas would be more stable than the Bloomberg betas because they have more data to deal with, and you would just bring in a 1 week versus 1 week out of 5 years is different than 1 week out of 2 years, obviously. So I would say the value line betas are relatively stable compared to, say, the Bloomberg betas, but Bloomberg betas are valuable because you can see in real time what's going on with the volatility of some of these stocks compared to the market.
Right. So it's based, the beta is, just to be clear, is based on market volatility, not necessarily on underlying business volatility. So for instance, if there's a potential merger that could affect the stock price short term, or we just had the COVID plunge in recovery. So it's market prices that are driving that?
It's a covariance, right? So you have to have, so it has to be the return of both, and whether or not, like, so I think there was in my rebuttal testimony, I had a chart, and it showed the volatility of utility stocks since the beginning of the pandemic, and their returns and things like that, and the volatility increased, and that was close. So relative to market, you had the utilities and the market kind of at the same level of volatility, and the correlation of their returns were also, I think, around. And I'm spitballing here, but it's in my rebuttal testimony. It's on page 83 of my rebuttal testimony. But in general, the correlation between utility stock returns and market returns also increased. So when you have increased relative volatility and you have increased correlation of returns, you're going to get higher betas. So it's a two-way street, just not just one.
Okay. Is it fair if I looked at a whole group of investments that had if I look at the market and I see a whole group of investments that have a higher risk than utilities, but have a lower return, would you say, if that was the state of the market, that we're giving fair, just, and reasonable rates to consumers? In other words, utilities as a group earning a higher return than the rest of the market, even if they're less risky. Does that, in your mind, equate to a fair balance between investors and ratepayers in the utility equation?
I don't think you're right, because you're talking about earned returns as opposed to required returns, right? And required returns are based on risk. So even though, so let's just have an example, right? A risky investment can either have a very high or a very low return, right? Risky investments don't always earn returns that are higher than what they're supposed to be, hence the risk, right? So a risky stock market that may or may not, the required return for the risky elements like the market, you don't know what it's going to be, but what you're expecting it is going to be. And usually, especially looking at, say, my testimonies, my required return for the market has always been higher than what my required return for the utility companies are.
You're not quite answering my question, I don't think. You keep comparing expected returns to required returns, and there are analysts doing expected returns for the whole market on risky investments. And my question is pretty simple. If they're doing, or required return analysis, excuse me, if they do required return analysis on those riskier investments, and the required return comes out lower than the required return on a less risky utility investment, would you say that utility ratepayers are getting a fair shake? And would you say that investors are doing pretty darn well?
I don't accept the premise because can you point to me a required return analysis that you're talking
I'm
about?
not talking about a particular one. I'm just positing the question. If we made that comparison and a series of high risk investments, higher risk investments, had a lower rate of return than what your utility is currently getting, would you say that's fair to ratepayers? Wouldn't your utility be outperforming the market with risk?
Hold on, you both can't talk at the same time. Mr. Lee can't take you both, okay?
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I don't know how to answer the question because I don't know what you're pointing to. I don't know if this is a hypothetical situation or not. And if we're talking about required returns on the market, and if they are riskier than whether or not, and we're talking about relative risk measures. So I know in my rebuttal testimony that I think the average beta is in the 90s at least. Let me just get there. Yeah, so the average beta in my CAP-M is 0.99, which is pretty much at unity with the market at this time. So I don't know if I can accept, at least at this time, that the market and the utilities are
I'm not
all that
saying
much
that.
different.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I talked over you.
No, I was finished after that. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So I'm going to go again, and I'm almost finished here. I'm going to go again to the para example. Para, like many other pension funds and large funds, they have investment advisors. In Para's case, well, the names don't matter. Well-known, well-respected, used across the country. Those investment advisors give them estimates of what future expected returns on all kinds of classes of assets, whether it be real estate, whether it be equity, whether it be offshore equity. And that analysis is used to help construct their portfolios. It's all forward-looking. And actually, in one of my bench requests, I pointed out San Francisco, and you'd had a response about why it didn't apply, but they had their analysis of future returns, and I pointed it out in that question or pointed out in my question to you, that when they looked at domestic equities, they were looking at something like a 7.5 or 7.8 return across the market on a diversified portfolio. And I think it's interesting that in that world, diversified portfolio, say it's a beta of 1, and you have a historic beta in utilities that's generally, 0.7, 0.8, we can maybe 0.6. They're so different, everybody has a different number. But it seems to me it would be wise to have someone with that particular expertise that you would consult with to be sure that your modeling, because a model's a model, it's full of assumptions, to be sure that your modeling matches what's going on elsewhere in the investment market. And so I'll ask you, did you do anything like that? Was there any consult like that by SPS or by you in this process?
Well, the first part of your answer, no, I did not. But the issue is that all of the pension fund managers, et cetera, and so forth, they could put out expected return of, whatever fund they want. But if that expected term does not match or exceed their required return, nobody's going to put any money into it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, again, no witness in this case says that they would use those type of funds or that, nor have any witness besides me proved anything about comparable risk of any other fund other than the proxy group utility companies. So, frankly, it's not, and you could look at pages 152 through 153 of my rebuttal testimony, or maybe a little bit of 154. But these benefit plan managers, they develop their asset investment decisions based on expected risk and returns, but they have to meet investment objectives and things like that, where the required return on an asset is completely different.
But I think you're again confusing the issue. Is that you're correct in what you say, but they develop their investment strategy based on analysis that they receive that is objective analysis, or attempts to be objective analysis, just like yours attempts to be objective. And they use that to drive their investments. But these are people who, just like you, are making projections about required returns and expected returns. They use DCF models. They use CAPM models. And I look at Hope and Bloomfield, and it says compare to the markets. And what you're telling me, and what I keep hearing from you, is, oh no, we can't compare, and there's always an excuse, but we're not comparing. And my question to you is, whatever your modeling is, how can you rely on it if you're not in some way, shape, or form comparing it to the rest of the investment markets? Hope and Bloomfield standard, I'm sorry, I had a pause there, it's not your fault. Hope and Bloomfield asks us to compare. It says you should compare. And we're finding every excuse not to compare. Is the rest of the market just not valid?
I think you're missing one of the the last part of that sentence. It's investments in enterprises with corresponding risks, right? So I don't think that anybody has proven that any of these funds are comparable in risk to utility companies. I have done so in my non-regulated pricing group or proxy group, and all of the witnesses determined that their electric utility proxy group was of comparable risk to the utility company. Now, the issue is that if you're going to take somebody else's word for it, like a fund manager, it's another degree of opacity. We're taking our data from the market measures that are right in front of your face. You could go right now on the Yahoo and make a DCF, right? You can't go and ask any fund manager what their assumptions were for anything. So that's why nobody uses it, because nobody knows what's going on in there.
Well, I think you're misstating the case. I'm going to just ask the question again. First of all, and because you had trouble answering it before, I may not find something that's, when you say comparable risk, that's exactly the same risk as a utility company. But if I find riskier investments that have a lower return and the market is willing to invest in them, wouldn't that indicate that your utility return is higher than it needs to be?
I don't know how to answer. I tried to answer the question 5 times already. I don't know how to answer it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you're being cagey on that one, but I'm going to let it go right there. I'm going to just quick cover 2 other things. One is you talk about in your testimony the size risk. You did an interesting thing where you said New Mexico is one piece and you turn that into a small unit in order to do your size comparison. If I do that, couldn't I just take any business and say, I'm going to divide it up by sales by county, and I'm going to turn that each into its own risk. And then I'll have this whole list of risks. And if I add it all together, I can get a higher risk premium than if I did it as a whole.
Well, you could do that. See, the thing is that this company, the SPS New Mexico jurisdiction, this is what the proceeding is about, right? The Xcel Energy we're not setting the rates for the entirety of Xcel Energy or the entirety of SPS. So you have to look at the risks that are inherent in the operations of the company that we're setting rates for. So that's why I moved the size adjustment for it to be specific to the company in this case.
Okay. And then in terms of, have you read any analysis of why smaller companies have a higher, have you seen explanations of the why in your research?
Yeah, so generally, smaller companies have issues with, say, customer concentration, geographical concentration, regulatory risk concentration. So it's more putting your eggs in one basket, and if one thing kind of falters, you don't really have the means to pick it up. So, and that's mostly the reason why a size adjustment is applicable. And if you look at historical measures, companies that have smaller size have higher returns.
That makes sense. Could another reason for that be that smaller cap companies, being smaller, have more opportunities for growth than larger cap companies that are mature and have penetrated their market? Could that be a contributor?
It could be, but I guess it doesn't escape the fact that it exists, right? But yeah, I agree that it could be any number of factors and it could be relative growth because you're starting from $1 and you're going to 150 as opposed to something like that. So I agree with you there.
So to the extent that's an issue, it wouldn't apply to utilities because you've already 100% penetrated your market. So it's not like you have that growth premium that would be there. So again, it makes me a little leery of how this size premium would apply to a utility.
I think I did do something in my rebuttal testimony. I think it's on page 91. And I conducted a study just on utility companies, and I ranked them between size and risk. And I measured size by market capitalization, and I measured risk by the coefficient of variation of net profit, which would be, the changes in profit over time over a 10-year period. And it shows a statistically significant link between size and risk. So while I agree that maybe, penetrating a market isn't the issue, there are still size challenges for utility companies, and it's shown in the data of publicly traded companies, which are much larger than, say, SPS. So even with that large size, it still shows that there's an issue, there's a link between size and risk.
So we don't have to go to that now, but what was the exhibit that you say addresses?
It was chart 9, page 91 of my rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done. Appreciate your patience and with the grilling.
It was great to talk to you again.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall? Do you
Yes.
have questions at this time for Mr. Desendis?
Just a few, just basically one. Mr. Desendis, did you receive my bench request yet?
I have, Madam Commissioner, I haven't done this study yet, but by the time I should have it either today or tomorrow, and I could send it in if you need it.
Well, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I would get it before we run out of days in this hearing. So, if I'd appreciate it when you can get it done. I think I gave you until Wednesday, but it depends on. It would probably be better to get it tomorrow if I can, since we don't know how fast this hearing will go.
Sure,
So-
I have somebody on my team doing it now while I'm here, so it shouldn't take all that long. We should have the data handy.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Madam
Thank
Hearing
you.
Examiner. Madam Hearing Examiner, I'll have questions of this witness when I receive his response. So if it'd be possible, I'd like to request that we can recall him for that purpose.
Yes,
when I
ma'am.
get the response, and I'll let you know as soon as I get it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It'll have to be filed in the record since it's a bench request. So, well, we should all find out
Of course.
at the same time.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Anything further?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Mr. Desendis, I want to start in a near topic because I also had a question about your size adjustment.
Sure.
And I know that you begin talking about that in your direct testimony at page 76. And I understand your testimony and your answers to Chairman Fishman, but I'm wondering how the size and the adjustment that you make for the size of the company, and you sort of look at SPS New Mexico sort of in a vacuum for that adjustment, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet, when you look at something, for example, like a flotation cost, which you did a 0.15% flotation cost adjustment, right?
That's right.
But SPS New Mexico doesn't issue stock, does it?
It doesn't, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I included it, and it's pretty simple. When the company would send equity down, so infuse equity within SPS, those flotation costs are a part of that equity infusion. So you would need to recover those costs within SPSs. So because it's a part of Excel, those equity issuances would have to reflect, or the cost of equity would have to reflect the cost of the flotation costs.
Well, knowing that Big Brother is out there to give those equity infusions, shouldn't that also be in our minds when we look at the size adjustment, knowing that Big Brother is out there to help us, as you say, cope with significant events?
Well, I would say that there are, if you take a look at that Schedule 8, page 1 of 2, the indicated risk premium, that is the indicated risk premium is 61 basis points. So I take a fraction of that. So it could be construed that I did take that into account.
Well, wasn't the total of your adjustments when you put the three together like 0.45?
Yes, but there are three different risks, right? So the size risk is one, the credit risk is another, and the flotation cost is, there are three different risks. If they weren't three different risks, I would just have one big risk adjustment.
No, and I understand that, sir, that, you know, I mean, I read your testimony, there's three adjustments, but it really looks like you're cherry picking, saying, oh, we're a tiny company. Oh, you know, we have all this risk. So you want to give an adjustment for that. But then on the other hand, under the flotation, you're like, oh, well, we're part of an, you know, this big umbrella where we can get, you know, these equity infusions, and oh, we have to pass along the cost, you know. So, you know, it just seems as if that the relationship between SPS and Excel, you look at when it's favorable to give one adjustment, but then you disregard it when you're making another adjustment.
I don't think that's true, but
okay.
I mean, I guess that's your characterization of it. But when you're getting capital, that capital has a cost, and because of that, you have to reflect it in your equity cost rate. So that's why the flotation cost is in there. And if you do think that diminishes the risk of SPS because it's a part of Excel, I didn't take the full adjustment, the size adjustment in the case. So I don't particularly agree with that. You know, you're characterizing my testimony correctly.
Okay. Well, then let's look at the third part of your adjustment, which is the credit risk. And it seems like not just from you, Mr. Desendis, but from several of the other SPS witnesses, really appears to me that there's quite a bit of the sky is falling mentality. If SPS's S&P or Moody's rating changes, not only in the past but in the future. And I'm just wondering why there is so much emphasis on that that rating adjustment when you are when number one, there's only been one downgrade from one of the rating companies, and you are not you're not one grade above junk status.
So in my testimony, I don't think I characterized anything as the sky is falling. But because the cost of capital is a comparative exercise, and because SPS has a lower bond rating than the proxy group, I made an adjustment based on bond spreads. I don't think I made any type of statements in my testimony regarding downgrades or potential downgrades, and I think maybe that would be better addressed to either Mr. Shipman or Ms. Martin.
Okay. I mean, I do note for the record that, you know, in your stipulation testimony, at page 7, you do reference the question posed at line 6 and 7. Is New Mexico generally considered to have a constructive regulatory environment? And you begin your answer on line 8. No, it is not.
Right, but I don't think I posit anything that talks about credit rating changes or risk of credit rating changes. I think it just says that that New Mexico in general isn't seen as a constructive regulatory jurisdiction, and that credit rating agencies see that as a credit negative, but I don't go any further than that.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, could I just ask one follow-up on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. If we use the DCF model as our basis for the ROE that we choose, it seems to me that model takes all the risk factors into account already. We've got the market price, we've got the dividend, we're just determining the growth. If that's how we're coming to our decision, could you explain to me why any of these risk adjustments even have a place?
Well, I guess the whole thing, you know, I guess we're getting really far afield, but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I think that the settlement is at 935, and everybody has agreed to it. And then, I mean, nobody's agreed to, I guess, the level, and that's based, you know, the unspecified adjustment. But as far as the settlement is concerned, I think it's a settlement, and everybody agreed. There's some give and take, and there shouldn't be any adjustments because people agreed to what the maximum level is. So I think I'm glad that you brought it back into perspective, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I guess I'm just looking back at your STIP testimony, Mr. Desendis, on page 6. Question posed at lines 9 and 10, are there other distinctions that are important to consider when reviewing authorized returns? You began your answer at 11 saying, yes, they are. The company's credit rating and outlook depend substantially on the extent to which rating agencies view the regulatory environment credit supportive or not. For example, the Moody's Investors Service finds the regulatory environment to be so important that 50% of the factors that weigh in its ratings determinations are determined by the nature of that regulation. That's your testimony, sir?
That's right.
So then, considering how important that you believe that the credit rating services view the regulatory environment is, would it be your testimony then if the commission changed your agreement regarding return on equity, that the rating services would consider that a negative?
I would think a rejection of a global or an uncontested settlement that settled all issues would probably be seen as a disruptive regulatory jurisdiction.
Why?
Because the whole thing about, I guess, the settlement is that everybody agreed to it, so that there wouldn't be, and the commission's role is to balance the interest of investors and all stakeholders, right? And all of the stakeholders have agreed to a revenue requirement. So if that means that if the commission in this case says, no, I think the ROE needs to be lower or whatever it may be, might be other things, but if they want to reject the settlement, then you would think that they are not acting in the interest of all of their stakeholders because they've already agreed on a revenue requirement. And I think rating agencies would look at it very, very, very negatively.
So the rating agencies just care about whether or not the commission supports the agreement of the parties in the case?
I would say that something like this, where everything has been agreed to before the hearing, and then say if it fell apart at the end, that I think they would just say that it's an unstable environment because there was already an agreement, and then there was no longer an agreement. That's all.
And you may not be the correct witness, and you can pass the question if you aren't. But I seem to recall testimony that indicated that the return, and I thought it was in conjunction with your adjustments, but that basically that the return on equity that is awarded basically has to be beefed up because the actual return is not going to meet that expectation.
I don't think that was my testimony, and I don't know who to refer to. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Commissioner Hall.
What was the document? You said page 11. What was the particular piece of testimony?
That was Mr. Desendis. Well, I was looking at his direct testimony with regard or in the stipulation testimony, so I'm not sure.
The testimony in support of the stipulation. Got direct rebuttal and stipulation.
Yes.
So it's the stipulation testimony, right?
I think it was, but
Okay,
I'm not. I've already shut the book.
Okay.
No, it couldn't have been the stip because his testimony is only 9 pages.
Correct. Mr. Desendis, do you know which document it was?
What I was trying to figure out what was the question, and I'll try and find it. Do you remember what the conversation was about?
I think it's better to ask the hearing examiner.
The adjustment section is page 76 through 85 of his direct.
But I thought I heard you mention page 11 in his testimony. Can we have Mr. Lee read it back?
Give me a moment.
I think there was a size adjustment chart on page 91 of my rebuttal testimony, and it had that scatter plot chart. Is that what you're looking for?
I think she said page 11. That's what I recall hearing. Not 91.
Well, Commissioner Hall, the credit risk adjustment was 0.11. That's on page 82.
Okay.
The float adjustment was 0.15.
Why don't we ask Mr. Lee?
We can.
Can you search for page 11?
Give me a moment. I guess I'm looking back at your testimony, Mr. Desendis, on page 6, questions on line 9 and 10. You begin on 11 saying, yes, they are. The company's credit rating and outlook depend substantially on the extent to which rating agencies view the regulatory environment credit supportive or not. For example, the Moody's Investors Service finds the regulatory environment to be so important that 50% of the factors that weigh into its rating determinations are determined by the nature of the regulation. Is that what you're looking for, Commissioner Hall?
What page are you on?
It is page 6, line 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Which document?
Direct, looks like direct testimony.
No, it's testimony in support of the
I am not on
stipulation.
the record. Give me a moment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Basically, the reference is to Mr. Desendis' STIP testimony, page 6. The question was posed at lines 9 and 10, and then he begins his answer on line 11. So it's line 11, not page 11.
Oh, that's what I misheard. So it begins on page 6.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, okay, I see.
And his
Thank you very
answer
much.
begins on line 11.
I see it. Thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. That was all I wanted to ask at this time.
Okay. Very well. Mr. Dubois, do you have anything you'd like to follow up based upon the commissioners and my question?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Will Du Bois for SPS. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's start with, I'd like to go back, Mr. Desendis, to a particular phrase and related topic that was part of the discussion with you. Do you recall references being made to a guaranteed 9% return?
Yes.
How would you respond to the idea of characterizing the stipulation as guaranteeing a 9% return for SPS?
Well, generally, rates of return are opportunities to earn a rate of return on investment. So the 9% would not be guaranteed in this settlement, and there's substantial historical information that the SPS in general has not earned its return for several years. In fact, over the years 2016 to 2019, the company has only earned 7.61% on equity, which is the lowest out of all of the sister companies of Xcel Energy.
And
Now, why is it when I just ask you about whether or not there was something in the testimony about getting a return on equity and that you weren't going to actually make it, you said there wasn't anything on your testimony, but now when Mr. Du Bois asked you, you say, oh, we haven't earned our return on equity.
I don't think I ever recall you asking me a question about earning a return or not.
Go ahead, Mr. Du Bois.
What were you?
Forget
what
it.
Were you asking?
Forget it. Go ahead, Mr. Du Bois. Ask your question, Mr. Du Bois.
Your Honor, I'm working on it. I'm just trying to work through some confusion and see if I can figure out where there may have been a miscommunication, because I didn't understand, Your Honor, to have asked that question myself.
Well, the
So I wanna
record
make
will
sure that we're
reflect
not-
what was asked, Mr. Du Bois, and the witness's recalcitrant attitude in answering it. So if you don't have any more questions,
I do have
you
more
can either
questions, Your
move
Honor.
on or you can pass the witness, sir.
Mr. Desendis, do you know whether the stipulation states that it guarantees a minimum return for SPS?
I don't think it does, no.
Are you aware generally of whether New Mexico as a jurisdiction applies things like generation investment riders, transmission investment riders, or distribution investment riders that provide contemporaneous recovery for investments?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dubois. It's a little slower. Generation investment riders, and the next one?
Transmission investment riders or distribution investment riders that provide for contemporaneous recovery of investments.
I don't know for sure.
Your Honor, we've printed copies of commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3. May I show those to the
Yes,
witness?
sir.
Thank you. Mr. Desendis, I'm handing you 3 one-page documents. They're numbered at the top. I'll represent based on which commission exhibit numbers they are. Do you see one with the number 1, one with the number 2, and one with the number 3?
I do.
Maybe we can start by, if you could please take a look at the blue graph line on number 1.
Sure.
And just going to the very end of the period that is covered in the graph, could you give your estimate of what number roughly that's reflecting?
Looks like around 300,000 megawatt hours.
Okay. And if you could do the same exercise on exhibit 2, please. Again, the blue line.
Looks like roughly 160,000 megawatt hours.
And there was some comparison in your discussion with Commissioner Fishman of these two, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the discussion, would you agree with the characterization that the discussion was roughly that the difference between the blue line on number 2 and the blue line on number 1 was down to behind the meter generation?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
down to what meter?
Behind the meter generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that's right.
In comparing these, the generation electric utility on number 2, how would you compare roughly a fraction of the generation in number 2 versus that in number 1?
Half.
Based on your familiarity with the electric utility industry, does it sound right to you that about half of load is served by generation from utilities and about half is behind the meter?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Do you have any thoughts as to other things that could explain that difference in these two?
Don't think so, no.
Now these, I will note that could you take a look? There's an identified data source on both of these, correct?
Right.
What is that?
The Energy Information Administration.
Is there a HTML address? A HTTP address, I should say. I'm sorry.
I think it's EIA.gov, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Well, is there one identified on the document?
There isn't.
Is there a date?
No.
Have you seen these before?
Before today, no.
Your Honor, I'm not exactly sure what our process is for this at this point, but I believe.
Did you, Mr. Du Bois, did you share the exhibits that were in the Dropbox with your witnesses prior to the hearing?
Your Honor, if I may, I think where Your Honor thinks I'm going is not where I'm going.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to inform Your Honor that SPS has added a few, I believe has added 3 documents to the Dropbox in the last roughly hour.
Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, in order to get them, I have to download the Dropbox again. Do you know, Mr. Du Bois?
I wish I knew a better way, Your Honor, or faster way, but I don't myself.
Okay.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Joan Drake for LES. We had I had the same experience. We uploaded our corrected exhibits, and I had the same issue. It looks like you have to download the whole thing again all at once.
So I need to send you the transfer link again?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
I do have some other.
Do you still have the transfer link?
I believe so. It allowed us to upload, but when you get into the link to download, you can't pick and choose individual documents. You have to download the whole schmear again.
Exactly. That I knew of, and that's the difference between letting you download, sending you the link, or letting you have access to the whole thing, where people could change documents not to indicate that anyone in this case would. But it's a protection mechanism. But I'm just trying to figure out
Madam Examiner, this is Mr. Marks.
Hi, Mr. Marks.
I would just like to suggest that we go off the record for these logistics.
Yeah, that's probably good. Why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and I will hopefully figure it out when we come back. I have, it's about 10 after 3. Why don't we come back at 25 after 3, and we will resume our hearing at that point.
Madam, if you could, during the break, if you're going to check the Dropbox, could you let us know? We did upload our 3 exhibits with the notation that Mr. Gorman is adopting them. So if you could let us know if that's acceptable, or if you want us to do something else. And I didn't know what you wanted to do with the previous 3 exhibits that we're essentially replacing with these 3 new ones.
Right.
Whatever you want us to do, just let us know.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. we'll come back at 25 after and see if I figured it out yet.
Good luck.
Thanks. Yeah. Mr. Lee, whenever we get finished with this witness, I'll go back. I haven't forgotten about the clarification for
Okey-doke.
Mr. Grant. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Judge, at the risk of throwing a monkey wrench in things, I will need whatever the admitted exhibits. I'll need all of the admitted exhibits. If they're adding stuff now, I'll still need that.
I can't hear the.
Your Honor, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're muted.
Mr. Lee, and that's what I was trying to figure out. The quickest way, and I think the quickest way is probably just going to be to email them to you, at least for today, and I'll figure out how to fix the Dropbox.
That's fine. I just need to know what is admitted.
And as I indicated when I read each one of those in, I read you which ones. So everything has been admitted.
I agree.
Except for the exhibits I specifically said weren't.
Correct.
Okay, so we have to get those, and then we may have to. I think potentially what's going on right now is they're saying that they have better copies of commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3. So we're just trying to figure out how to exchange those. And like I say, I think the best thing right now might just be to have them email them.
Very well,
and then
Judge.
I'll figure it out. All right.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, let's go back on the record from our break. Let me find the face. There's the face.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Commissioner Hall.
I have a couple of questions I've just developed for witness Desendis. Is he still available?
Well, we had just begun the redirect, but Mr. Du Bois, are you willing to wait a minute and let Commissioner Hall ask her questions?
Will Du Bois for SPS, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. Let me just put on the record when we left, Mr. Du Bois was indicating that he may have some better potential having more information exhibits for Commission 1, 2, and 3. And we also have Ms. Drake telling me about their corrected exhibits, and I'm figuring out Dropbox. And right now, Mr. Du Bois, if you can just email me those 3 exhibits and to the parties, then I can actually take a look at them. And Ms. Drake already emailed me her exhibits. And there's been a request from Commissioner Hall to ask Mr. Desendis some more questions. So Mr. Du Bois has halted his redirect, and we are going to allow now. Commissioner Hall, you have questions.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Desendis, could you please go to line 39 of your direct testimony, lines 14 through 18?
Sure, give me a second. So you said page 39,
right,
14 through 18?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the question that was being asked is, please summarize the results of the New Mexico DCF. And you state, for the utility proxy group, the application of the Commission's DCF model to the utility proxy group resulted in indicated ROEs from 6.31% to 13.22%. Then you go on to say the average of the mean and the result of applying the Commission's DCF model is 8.76%. The average of the mean and median high result is 9.35%. The average of the two is 9.06. So my question is, why do you average the mean DCF result of the proxy group with the mean median high of the proxy group to create the 9.06% figure, when the relevant figure is the mean DCF result for the proxy group of 8.76?
So
doesn't that just manipulate it upwards? Doesn't that create an upward manipulation of that data set?
Madam Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. So Madam Commissioner, I did it the way that it was specified in if you look back to page 38, lines 14 through 17, and then you kind of run through page 38 through 39, just that Q&A that starts on 38, line 14, and that was the way that the commission applied the DCF in case number 17-00255-UT. So I conducted the DCF along the guidelines in that case, and so that's why, and that's how I did it. So that was the 906, and then subsequently the 957 and the 938 are all in compliance with the way that the commission did the DCF and in that 17-00255-UT.
Were you instructed to use that methodology in this case?
I was not instructed. I saw how the commission did it in those cases, and that's why I did it in this case.
And you say the commission did it in those cases. You mean the parties to the case did it, who specifically used it?
The commission selected that data from the parties in that case, so I decided to recreate that in my direct testimony.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you to look at the direct testimony of Matthew Cahal or Kale on page,
Sure.
Page 35.
Okay, give me a second,
testimony?
please. I do. It's just in another pile. And you said what page, Madam Commissioner?
Page 6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Page 35, I apologize. Line 6.
Line 6. Okay.
Okay. And I'm just going to read this. This is Mr. Cahill talking. He says, unfortunately, my individual company growth rate shown on page 4 of Schedule MIK4 illustrates a serious data anomaly for one company, Portland General, while the growth rates for the other 12 companies range from a plausible 3 to 7%. Portland General growth rate from the 4 sources is an implausibly high 10%, parentheses, including 13.4% from Yahoo Finance and Zacks. It appears,
from Yahoo Finance and
Zacks, capital ZACKS.
Thank you.
Okay. It appears that the reason for these implausible and distorted growth rates is that Portland suffered a serious earnings decline in 2020. Thus, when analysts were reporting their earnings growth rate projections using the very low 2020 earnings as their base year for their growth rate calculations, they report very high growth rates that simply and mechanically reflect the recovery of earnings over the next couple of years to more normal levels. No one would reasonably expect that Portland would experience earnings per share growth of 10% or more on a long-term sustained basis. I correct this on Schedule MIK-4, page 4, by showing the proxy group averages excluding the distorted Portland figures. Those 12 company average figures from the four sources range from 4.88% to 5.23%, averaging 5.0%. In my opinion, the growth rate excluding the anomalous Portland figures should be used, but I use both, i.e. the proxy group average with and without Portland, obtaining a growth rate range of 5.0 to 5.55%. So I'm wondering, why are you using the Portland General and the proxy group when their analyst projected growth rate is an outlier? It's a short-term analyst and a long-term, what's supposed to be a long-term projection.
Commissioner Hall, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Kale. I'll show you why. If you take a look at, and I mean, first off, I don't think anybody did an outlier test on the growth rates of these companies. So there's no proof whether or not it's an outlier or not. But if you take a look at my settlement testimony on attachment, it's the first page, it's the DCF model. And if you take a look at the EPS growth rate for Portland General, it's the first page. So it'd be so it's attachment DWD3 page or schedule 1 page 1. And so
hang on 1 second. Wait out. Let me get there.
I'm sorry. Tell me when you're there.
This is your. Maybe I pulled up your direct.
Settlement testimony exhibit. It'd be the first page of the settlement testimony exhibit.
The first page of your testimony?
No, ma'am. The first page of the exhibit. So
exhibits. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be attachment DWD3, schedule 1.
Okay. Okay. Hang on. All right.
Okay. So if you look at column 6 there for Portland General, that's the average EPS growth rate. It is now under 10%. Mr. Kale said that anything above 10 would be unreasonable. If you look at the individual growth rates from the columns 2 to column 5, you will see that there are no longer those high numbers. If you look at the average, it's comparable to other companies' growth rates. I mean, it is the highest out of the group, but it is not a far and away outlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Of those.
Fine.
So
thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No problem.
That's all I have, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Mr.
Thank you.
DuBois, go ahead.
Will DuBois for SPS. Thank you, Your Honor. And actually, if I could, I think Your Honor indicated that I may have said that I thought I had some better things to use as exhibits. And if I don't think I said that, Your Honor, but if I did, I definitely misspoke. But I do have obviously some additional things that we would like to perhaps mark and use as exhibits.
And can you describe your exhibits? I'm the one that misspoke, Mr. DuBois. I thought based upon your representation that that they were going to be commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3 that just had either URLs and dates on them that had been added, but Ms. Lees has emailed SPS exhibit 51, 52, and 53, and they look like different charts to me. Can you
Yes,
tell me
Your
what
Honor.
they are?
Yes, Your Honor. These are not intended to be different versions of commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Rather, they are 3 distinct things from the Energy Information Administration. They have been pre-marked with SPS exhibit numbers, and they include the date at the top, which would represent they were obtained, and the HTML at which they were obtained at the bottom. And I can give the titles of each one is a different table, and I can give the table numbers. I'm not sure that I'm going to need to refer to each of these, so we can proceed piecemeal, or I can give more information about all of them now if Your Honor's preference.
Why don't you just go ahead and tell me what each of the exhibits is?
What's been pre-marked as exhibit SPS 51 is an EIA document, table 5.2, revenue from sales of electricity to ultimate customers, total by end use sector 2011 to May 2021 in millions of dollars.
And SPS exhibit 52
is another EIA, table 1.2.B as in boy, net generation by energy source, independent power producers, 2011 to May 2021.
Okay, and then SPS exhibit 53
is another EIA document, table 1.2, summary statistics for the United States, 2009 to 2019. And this is, I should have said, Your Honor, the other 2 documents were each 2 pages, whereas SPS 53 is 13 pages.
Okay. And are these new documents, or are you claiming that they relate to commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
Well, Your Honor, they are certainly new documents relative to the record. I would represent as to their potential use in redirect that they do, or at least may, bear a relationship, a direct relationship to the commission exhibits 1, 2, and 3. But they are not in the record, or as far as I know, attached to anything that has been filed in the case previously.
Okay. And are you going to ask that they be admitted?
At this point, Your Honor, I do not honestly know. I have a suspicion I might ask for at least one of them to be admitted, but I'm going to see how far we can get with just using them, or at least one of them, perhaps for illustrative purposes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I'm going to start back with commission exhibits 2 and 3, which I'm going to place back in, or actually, Mr. Desendis still has copies. That's good. Mr. Desendis, you may recall you had some discussion with Chairman Fishman about the relationship between generation represented by Exhibit 2, retail prices represented by Exhibit 3, and total revenue from utility customers. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I think in particular, both of you talked about revenues being essentially a product of these two things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, if you refer to Exhibit 2, is it fair to say that you may not be able to ascertain exact annual numbers because this is monthly data that's being graphed, but what has been the trend of the quote net generation United States electric utility monthly from say 2009 to 2019?
Looks like a slight downward trend.
And if you were to go back, Mr. Desendis, to Commission Exhibit 3, what would you say is the general trend there for average retail price of electricity, United States monthly, all sectors from 2009 to 2018?
A slight upward trend.
So if you were just doing a product of these, what would you think the overall trend of the product would be?
Should be downward or flat.
And do you know, if you know, as to Exhibit 2, when it says electric utility, do you know whether that would be inclusive of things like municipal utilities and electric cooperatives?
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I would think utility would mean not independent power producers, which aren't utilities.
Okay. If I could please direct you to, Your Honor, I have what I'll represent as an unmarked copy of what's been circulated as SPS Exhibit 53, which I'd like to put in front of Mr. Desendis while also kind of looking over his shoulder.
All right, sir.
Mr. Desendis, do you have in front of you what's been pre-marked as SPS Exhibit 53?
Yes.
And again, what is the title of the document that we're looking at?
Sure. It says number of ultimate customers. It's table 1.2 summary statistics for United States 2009 to 2019. And then it says from table 2.1 number of ultimate customers.
Okay. And if I could please direct your attention to the second page of the document. There it's two-sided. For you, it's on the back. That's okay. But it should at the bottom say 2 of 13. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could I direct your attention to the second table on that page, which should be titled Revenue from Ultimate Customers?
Yes.
And do you see a total column for revenue from ultimate customers?
I do.
And what time period does that run through?
Looks like 2009 through 2019.
And what is the trend that's indicated by that indication of revenue from ultimate customers?
Upward trend.
And does that appear consistent or inconsistent with what you would get from just referring to Commission Exhibits 2 and 3?
Repeat that again.
Yeah. Is the trend that you see with respect to SPS Exhibit 53, page 2, table 2.3, revenue from ultimate customers, total revenue from 2009 to 2019, is that trend, in your view, consistent or inconsistent with what you see as the product of Commission Exhibits 2 and 3 over the same period?
Yeah, I would say it's inconsistent. From 2 and 3, it looks like it would be a flat or declining, whereas the actual revenue is higher and continuing to go higher.
I think I heard you in passing reference the difference between electric utility generation and independent power producer generation. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain what you were referring to there?
Just the term. So if you look at Exhibit 2 and it says electric utility, utility usually means that it's either regulated or something like that. So independent power producers aren't necessarily utilities. So I'm making an assumption that they're not included in Exhibit 2.
Okay. Referring back to your discussion with Chairman Fishman, would it be fair to say there seemed to be some disconnect between the concept of growth in revenues for utilities within the power industry generally, and what the two of you were getting based on Commission Exhibits 2 and 3?
Yes, I think as I was discussing with Chairman Fishman, it's not just price, it's growth in a rate base, and that may not be reflected in those numbers.
Well, and again, going back, sorry to jump around documents, but going back to what's been marked as SPS Exhibit 53 and that table on the second page, revenue from ultimate customers, that does show revenue growth. Is that fair?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move what's been marked as SPS Exhibit 53.
Any objection as to what has been identified as SPS Exhibit 3? A table consisting of 13 pages from EIA.gov. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 53 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may, changing topics again. Mr. Desendis, do you recall some discussion with Chairman Fishman regarding what I characterized generally as either investment firm or pension fund returns and projections of returns?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe there was a mention in there of the, it may have just been by acronym of SFERS, SFERS. Do you recall that?
I do.
And or do you know what SFERS would have been referring to in that context?
I think it's a San Francisco, either pension fund or something along those lines.
Okay, if I were to represent, it's probably the San Francisco Employee Retirement System or something like system. Would that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
And I'm not even going to attempt to get the precise number right, but I think there were some references to long-term returns for that and maybe other either investment or pension companies in the, say, 7 to 8% range. Is that a fair characterization?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Is that 7 to 8% range consistent with what understanding you might have of the SFERS projected future returns?
I think that it was an expected return as opposed to as a required return. So what they were expecting from the fund was around 7 to 8%.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Do you have, or do you know of any material that might have been in this case on what the recent actual returns for SFERS might have been?
Sure. So from what I remember, it looked like the 8-month return from 2020 into 21 was approximately 19 or 20%. And then the fiscal year return was approximately 33 or so % over the last year or fiscal year of that fund.
Without being overly technical about it, is it fair to say that an actual return of 20 or 30% is a lot more than an expected return of 7 to 8%?
Yeah, I think I could classify that as higher.
Are you aware of any electric utilities recently earning at a rate of 20 to 30% annual return?
No.
Just in your experience in the industry, do you have an idea as to what might happen if the utility started to earn at a 20 to 30% annual return on equity?
I would assume that the commission would bring them in for a show cause.
Thank you, Mr. Desendis. Thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, including with sorting out our exhibit situation. That's all I have.
Very well, sir. Any questions from any other party regarding either the commission's questions or the redirect by Mr. Dubois? Seeing no other party, Mr. Chairman, you have questions.
Yeah. If you could pull up that chart on the that you were showing about the increased revenues.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Fishman, you're talking about the revenue from ultimate customers and from that SPS 53, right?
Correct.
Okay. I have it. I'll wait for everybody else to get it.
Okay.
That's the one below that, I believe.
Okay, you want page 2?
Statistic. Da, da, da.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
it.
there we go. So you're showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 11 years of data. Let's assume this is the correct number. You know, charts and stuff, they'll differ, but let's assume this is the correct number. How long would it take? And I just did a little calculation because I don't have a compound return calculator, but I just punched in a number 1.02, and it as of the increase each year, that's a 2% increase in revenue. And I came up with, and you can recalculate this if you like, and I came up with over 400 after 4 or 5 years, or maybe 6, which tells me there's a return. The increase in sales is under 2%. Does that make sense to you?
I would probably accept that, subject to check, but before, you know, we had the conversation that I don't think sales is
yeah, I'm not going there. I'm just
just
talking about this calculation. So all I want to point out is that these may be the correct numbers as opposed to precisely the ones, you know, the charts that I put out, which is fine, but that still points to a growth in sales of under 2% a year.
I'd have to take it. I mean, it looks like you're right, sir.
Okay.
That's all I know. But like I said before, it's the same thing where I don't know if that is everything, right?
Okay.
So that's it.
Yeah, and now you were talking about yearly annual returns. You've been asked the question, and I wish you'd answer my questions as succinctly and precisely. So please do. Is there any relationship between an annual, what you earned annually the last year versus what you're putting forward as a required return when you're doing a DCF model?
There is none. Short answer, there is none.
Okay.
Stop
there. There is none. Absolutely none. That was last year's history. Correct?
That's right. But if you want to talk about going forward, it's one of those. Do you want me to stop or do you want me to go?
So my next question, stop. My next
Okay.
question is, earnings go up and down annually. I might have in a competitive company a 30% gain one year, a 10% loss another year. My understanding is when you're looking at a DCF or a long-term model, it basically averages those out over the long term. Would that be correct?
It is, and I just want to. I agree with what you're saying. So the DCF theory is that while earnings may vary, like you said, it will vary along that mean, and that long-term mean is what we're using.
Okay. You were asked a question of would you, if you are getting super high earnings, you might be called back in to adjust your rates by commission. If you had super low earnings or were losing money, would you not have the opportunity to come to the commission and be sure you earned a fair return?
I would say yes.
So less upside, I'm going to just go from there. So there's less upside and there's less downside. So for utility, it's a more level return. You're less likely to have ups and downs, correct?
Compared to what?
Compared to a good question. Compared to a company in the market that's not regulated and not a monopoly and doesn't have regulated rates.
Right. And I would agree with you with the caveat that besides what I considered a comparable total risk proxy group company, they could be higher or lower, but you know, that's where I would go there.
And a steadier income flow in the marketplace, strange as it sounds, because it's safe, because I'm an investor and I don't have to worry about losing my shirt one year, even though I might make a fortune the next. The returns on those stocks, because people bid more for less return, tends to be lower, correct?
I wouldn't particularly agree with you, and I would assume that every single investor in Pacific Gas and Electric wouldn't agree with you that utilities are without risk, sir.
I'm not saying without.
What's that?
I'm not saying without. I'm just saying less.
Well, like I said, it's compared to something, right? And what we're doing with our proxy group companies, every witness with proxy group companies, we're using the proxy group company to satisfy the comparable risk standard. So we're not comparing SPS to the market, we're comparing SPS to other utility companies. So the investor required return that is generated from those proxy group companies would be, in essence, a comparable return that should be expected for SPS, depending on the differences in risk between SPS and the proxy group companies.
Okay. And now I'm going to take one last cut at this question. Maybe I've got this one right finally.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try my best. Okay.
Okay.
No guarantees.
We'll work on it together. If I have the market, so I'm just positing a scenario here. If the market, all investments out there, has a beta of 1 and is returning $10, is returning 10%. Okay. And I, as a utility, let me change this example a little. Let's say it's the market, it's earning 5% with a beta of 1. And if I, as a utility, am getting a 10% return with a beta of 0.7, would you say that the utilities are getting a much better return for the risk than the rest of the market?
Okay, and I don't think I'm going to be able to answer it to your liking, but I'll give it a shot. So, are you talking about returning? Let's start with the market. The market's returning 5%. Is that?
I'm going to have to interrupt because you don't understand my question. If you have to do this, you don't understand my question. 5% 5% return for the marketplace on a beta of 1. This is just a scenario, an example. The marketplace is earning 5% on a beta of 1. But
right, so-
if I look
so
at a
let me s-
subset- if I look at a subset of utilities, they're earning 10% on a beta of 0.7. Would you say on a risk-adjusted basis that those utilities are soundly outperforming the market?
So now.
I can't
get
believe you're
lost.
making this a difficult question. It can't be any more clear.
Did they earn the return? Did they earn the 5%? Or are they or investors required to earn
Let's call
the
this
5%?
let's call this the DCF for each. Thank you. That's the
All
better
right,
way
so
to do it.
DCF, all right, so you're saying the DCF on the market is 5% and the DCF on utilities is 10%.
And the beta on the market is 1, and the beta on the utilities, less risky, is 0.7. Would you
See,
say, I'm
the
just
issue
using this as an
there-
example. I'm not
Okay.
trying to call this real numbers. But
Right.
would you say in that circumstance that the utilities are soundly outperforming the rest of the market on a risk-adjusted basis?
The problem with that example, and you know,
I'm not
the problem
asking
with
for
that
the
example,
problems. I asked for a yes or no.
well, the answer is you can't answer the question because of the assumptions within the question. And I'm trying to get you to, so because the DCF is a different model compared to the CAPM. So the DCF would just measure.
I wasn't
your
asking
required
CAPM.
return.
I'm asking DCF.
Right, but if you're
I
using
want you to
betas,
stick
it's a
to my
different.
question. I'm asking you DCF. I
So-
gave you a very specific example. This is an easy answer. You're getting twice the
sir-
return for only 70% of the risk versus the rest of the market. That's what I put in front of you. Is the utility outperforming the rest of the market? It's a simple yes or no.
It's not, because
On a-
beta measures market risk. DCF measures all risk. So the difference between so you can't call the DCF required return one thing when it's
Okay,
not
so I'm
measuring
gonna-
the whole entire risk based on beta.
Okay,
So that's the reason
I'll
why you
adjust
can't
the
do it
question.
that way.
You're very skilled in this, but I'll adjust the question. Let's say I'm using the CAPM model. And the CAPM model is a 10% required return for the utilities with a 0.7 beta and a 5% return for the whole market with a 1 beta. Answer the question, yes or no.
Couldn't happen because the beta because the beta is the part of the, so it'd be 1 times the market risk premium plus the risk-free rate. If it's 7 times the market 0.7 times the market risk premium plus the risk-free rate, you would automatically have a lower required return for the utility companies.
Okay. So in the modeling, that couldn't possibly happen. If it's
That's
capped.
exactly correct, sir.
Okay. Could that happen with the DCF?
No, no, it couldn't. But if you look at, say,
let's take beta out of it.
Here, I got one. I got an example for you from my direct testimony that may get you an apples to apples comparison. So in my direct testimony, my DCF was 9.06 for the proxy group, correct? So like that was known. Now, if you take a look at my CAPM analysis, I also did a DCF of the market, right? And my DCF of the market ranged from 1396 to 14.02. So in general, even based on my own models, the required return for the market is greater than the required return based on the DCF model.
You're giving me an actual based on your own calculations. I'm just giving you a simple one here. DCF, let's take beta out of it. Utilities, knowing that they are less risky in general. If they're getting a 10% modeling on DCF, and you're getting 5% on the rest of the market, would you say that utilities are outperforming the market?
I will say yes to that.
Okay. So if we were to look at other information about the market than what you generate that disagrees, there's lots of ways to look at the market and lots of people doing it. Well, under that circumstance, would you then say that utility ratepayers are paying more than they should?
No.
Even if utilities are doing on a DCF basis twice as well as the rest of the market?
The DCF, if you're using a DCF for comparable risk companies and it comes out higher than the market, that's what the market requires for investment in the utility company.
I thought you said you couldn't compare risk with DCF.
You can, if you're doing a DCF for your comparable risk companies and it comes out at 9 and your DCF for the market comes out at 5, your DCF for your comparable risk companies would still be that number. So it would be 9 and the rates based on that 9 would be.
Well, there's no such
adjusted
thing as a
using-
market anomaly. Is that just
Say it
you telling
again?
me? There's never a market anomaly?
Of course there are.
Okay. And could a market anomaly be created by commissions across the country awarding too high of an ROE?
No, because if you look at what's going on in the comparable market risk of the market data in our models, it shows that the numbers are market-based based on comparable risk companies. So no.
Okay, so an ROE, is that based on a market return, on any kind of market return, competitive return?
I've got a frozen screen. I can hear people, but
Whoops, you okay here, Elizabeth?
apparently they can hear me too. So
Yeah, I could hear you, Your Honor.
We can hear you.
yeah, I've got a frozen screen. But at least you can hear me. So go ahead.
Is there any circumstance based on a commission award that awarded ROE that ratepayers might end up paying more than their fair share?
Well, the directive of the commission is to set just and reasonable rates. So if they were approved by the commission, then they would be just and reasonable by definition.
Just a moment. The hearing examiner has left the room. I'm gonna go off the record.
Okay. You doing okay there, David?
I'm hanging in, my friend.
I'm making your life miserable. I apologize.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. I need to do more of these so I can learn what y'all are talking about.
Oh, that must be painful. But at least you got something to do while you're not understanding this stuff.
I'm enjoying every minute of this, Chairman.
Well, we really
Me too.
appreciate your patience with what we do and how we do it at the commission.
It's a learning experience. I've done this for 35 years. Happy to keep going.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, talking about comparable groups, I'll have to point out, I didn't even attempt to ask a question that used the word data. So the degree of difficulty there might be a little different.
Oh, okay. Ay.
I think I can track down the hearing examiner's phone number if you guys want to give me a minute. I won't leave the room in case I see her pop back on.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I thought you were done with me. What happened?
You know, Mr. DeSantis, I'm just, oh, I don't know.
I bring it out. I bring it out in people.
So much, so much to ask you in so little time. But I will say, off the record, you're a very skilled witness.
Appreciate it.
I'm impressed, a little frustrated, but impressed.
Yes,
I am unmuted. Okay. Parties, can you hear me?
Yes, a little
Yes.
faintly, but we can hear you.
Can you hear anything?
Yes.
All right, can they hear me?
Yes, they can.
Okay, because I don't have any audio. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. I'm going to try to reset this. I'm going to try to reset my computer.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
David?
Yes, sir.
So off the record, obviously, what's the last sentence you got? Because I may be finished.
The last question is there any circumstance based on a commission award that awarded ROE that taxpayers might end up paying more than their fair share? Answer, well, the directive of the commission is to set just and reasonable rates. So if they were approved by the commission, then they would be just and reasonable by definition.
Okay, actually, I'm done with my cross. That closes it all.
He said that he's done with his cross, so that crosses it all. So Commissioner Fishman. So, okay.
So if you've got that, then we're good. And so when we come back, we can start with someone else.
Can you hear me, Anna? You're muted.
I can hear you, ma'am.
Oh.
This is Joan.
Oh, okay, good.
I think everybody
Yay!
else. I think everybody else is off on break right now, but I
Okay.
can hear you and I can see you too.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Judge? You're on mute, Judge.
Hello there. I was frozen for a while.
I noticed that. Parties have asked for courtesy or rough drafts at the end of the day. You want me to send you a courtesy copy?
Sure. That would be nice.
All right. Should I
Thank
send
you.
it? Should I send it to the commissioners as well, or you're the only one who needs it?
No, I think I'm fine unless the commissioners participating want it.
All right.
Did you get the email I sent you of the exhibit?
Let me take a look. I've got exhibit 53. Is that all you sent?
That's all I sent so far.
Great. I got it.
Okay. I am not going to be messing with that Dropbox. I don't know if my computer got hot or what, if my neighbors are using the internet.
It is, it's got to be a function of bandwidth, and I don't think there's a thing you can do about it.
You feel pretty helpless.
I caught it right away. And you may have heard that Commissioner Fishman has no further questions. I don't know when we're supposed to start, but I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Well, I said 15 minutes. I think our 15 minutes is about up. I apologize, people. My video and audio were frozen. And Mr. Chairman, you finished your additional questions?
Well, Mr. Lee, I'd like you to, since it was breaking up for you, Commissioner Hurst, just read the last question and the last answer, just so she knows where we left off. David, I can't hear you.
I'm coming. Let me find it. The question was, is there any circumstance based on a commission award that awarded ROE that ratepayers might end up paying would be more than their fair share? Answer, well, the directive of the commission is to set just and reasonable rates. So if they were approved by the commission, then they would be just and reasonable by definition.
Okay.
That's all I need. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Du Bois, any further follow-up based on the chairman's additional questions?
Will Du Bois for SPS, no, Your Honor.
Very well. Any further questions based on the commissioner's chairman's questions? Seeing nothing. Mr. Desendis, you are excused, subject to recall with regard to the Commissioner Hall's 6th superseding errata 6th bench request order that was issued today.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have it, so we'll have it by tomorrow morning.
Very well, thank you. In the proposed order of witnesses, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, do you have any questions for witness Kelly?
Kelly.
Sudeen Kelly?
Thank you.
No?
No.
Very well. I have no questions. The next proposed witness is Mr. Shipman. Mr. Du Bois, is Mr. Shipman available?
He should be available, Your Honor. I'm not sure that we can have him on Zoom right this minute because we thought we had another witness in between, but we can get him connected as quickly as possible.
Okay.
If I may, Your Honor, I'm going to step out for just a moment. Bill Dubois for SPS, Your Honor. Mr. Shipman should be joining the Zoom any minute.
There he is. Hello, Mr. Shipman. How are you? Unmute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Mr. Lee, would you swear in Mr. Shipman?
Shipman, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And Mr. Shipman, I am generally familiar with your testimony. One of your primary areas of testimony has to do with SPS's credit rating. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I characterized earlier SPS's testimony that generally it appears to me SPS is very concerned with any action by the commission that it believes could cause the rating agencies to lower its credit rating. Is that a fair assessment of that part of your testimony?
My testimony, yes, could be fairly characterized as advocating for not just maintaining current ratings, but actually improving them to the benefit of ratepayers. So any action that would harm credit quality would be something that I, and I think by extension SPS, would consider to be harmful for its ratepayers.
And why is it there's so much emphasis on these rating agencies as opposed, for example, to a big discussion in the testimony about credit ratings for provision of something like not complying with commission rules or having big investigations by commissions?
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm not sure I quite followed the question about the other.
Okay,
matter.
well,
I caught the beginning, which was why are credit ratings important, which is in my testimony.
well, I'm just wondering why that you put so much emphasis in your testimony on these outside credit rating agencies and how they might react to a commission decision, but yet there doesn't seem to be any discussion about other factors that might affect your credit rating other than the opinion of Standard & Poor's and Moody's.
Okay, so if I understand the question right, why was my testimony focusing on this rate case?
And
Why are you focusing so much on the credit rating on these agencies as opposed to the regulated entities that you're before?
The topic of my testimony was the impact of the decisions that will be made in this proceeding on the credit ratings of SPS or possible impacts. Certainly, the credit rating of any entity, whether it's a utility or not, is a product of comprehensive analysis of all the risk of an entity, which goes beyond any one rate case for a utility or any of the other factors that I cover in my testimony. So if your reading of my testimony was this is the only thing that matters, then I would correct that impression, Your Honor, and say that the credit rating really is a product of a lot of different things. The point I make in my testimony is that for a regulated utility like SPS, the impact of regulatory environment and specific regulatory decisions, such as the one that will be made in this case, is a overwhelmingly important part of that analysis. It is not the only thing. If a utility was, I forget your example, but if a utility was subject to some sort of sanction because they did not follow commission rules or something like that, that would certainly fit into an analysis of a utility or any other behavior by the utility would certainly have an impact on a rating depending on the circumstances. So you have, there was just in the news that First Energy paid a fine for certain political activities in Ohio with regard to some legislation and all that. That was a factor that obviously would have an impact on their rating and all. But in general, for a run-of-the-mill utility, the regulatory environment and outcomes of proceedings such as this one would be a very, very influential factor in the rating of a utility.
Well, do you think that the Ohio Public Utility Commission is going to be viewed as not a constructive regulatory environment because they fined First Energy, and that's going to cause First Energy's credit rating to decline?
No. The only other point I would make in response to that question is that the quote unquote regulatory environment is more than just the Public Utility Commission in the state. It includes actions by legislatures, courts, appeals, things like that. But it's, again, it should be obviously, I keep saying obviously, but it may not be obvious. It's mostly about the commission, but everything else is important as well. And a rating analyst looking at the situation in Ohio would not attribute any greater risk to the Ohio regulatory environment because of an issue such as whether a company behaved improperly in the political arena.
Well, it seems as if, Mr. Shipman, that I've read in the testimony that something to the effect that after the 17-00255 case that SPS had with the commission, that it seems like to me that SPS is saying because of what the commission did in that case, SPS got downgraded. Is that not what SPS is claiming?
Trying to remember which, that's the 2017 case. I think there was a rating action in the wake of that, where that was specifically tied to a
a rate case outcome. But I'd have to, that's subject to check. I'd have to check the testimony.
You didn't testify about
direct-
that particular downgrade in your testimony?
I don't recall that I did. It could be in there and I can certainly check.
Well, I've already heard from the prior witness that New Mexico is not considered to have a constructive regulatory environment.
Yes, I testified to that as well in my testimony.
Uh-huh. And sort of my question is that I believe after the stipulation in the last rate case in 19-00170, where the commission approved the stipulation, there wasn't an upgrade, was there?
There was not an upgrade. There was commentary from Moody's citing the outcome of the case as positive for the company's credit quality, but I do not believe they took any rating action, or I know they did not take a rating action. They may have changed the outlook or something like that, but again, I don't recall exactly what they did, but I do remember that they issued a commentary and noted the outcome was favorable for the company's credit quality.
And so that doesn't influence your overall characterization as having a constructive regulatory environment that the commission agreed with the outcome that the parties had proposed in that case?
I would say that the impact of that favorable event for the credit quality was not enough to trigger a change in the rating or a change in the Moody's opinion about the New Mexico regulatory environment overall. It encompasses a lot more than just what happens to SPS, for instance. And the rating agencies, as I went through in my testimony, have a very long-term perspective on things, and they don't often change their mind based on one particular event. I think what I said in my testimony was this created some positive momentum for SPS and its credit quality, and also for the perceptions by the rating agencies and others that do this work of an improving environment in New Mexico for utilities with regard to the risk that a utility is exposed to by operating in New Mexico. But it was just on the margin, not enough to make a difference at that point.
Well, Mr. Shipman, seems like to me that in looking at that, if the rating agencies view commission disagreement with the proposed outcome as a negative, and view commission agreement with a proposed outcome not in a positive, the commission's between a rock and a hard place, aren't they? I mean, if they agree with you, your credit rating doesn't change. And if they disagree with you, you all claim that it's the commission's fault and you get downgraded.
I wouldn't agree with that characterization. Again, what I testified to was that I thought it created positive momentum and that it did set the stage for future ratings upgrades. But it is, again, unusual for a rating agency to change their mind based on one data point, I guess is how I would put it. They're looking for a trend. Another important factor that did we just lose the hearing examiner?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry.
Yep, but nope, I'm listening.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
You moved on the screen there, sorry. That it set the stage for future ratings upgrades, but one of the important characteristics of ratings is that that a rating agency looks for is consistency. And so again, one outcome in one rate case, it's not unheard of, but it's unusual to actually precipitate a ratings change. But constructive outcomes on a consistent basis, and other factors that go into it, like I was talking about the legislative side and things like that, can lead to an overall more positive view about the risk of operating in New Mexico for a utility, and will eventually result in ratings upgrades.
Well, Mr. Shipman, do you understand why SPS filed this rate case?
They would presumably be showing a lack of ability to earn the return that they need to in order to provide safe and reliable service if they did not receive a rate increase in order to match their revenues with their expenses.
Yes, sir, but I wondered if you knew specifically what the capital additions were that were the source of this request and the source of the case you previously testified to, 19-170. Do you know what the big capital addition cost drivers were in that case and this one?
It was the two power plants, I believe, that were at.
Well, subject to check, would you believe me if I told you it's the Hale and Sagamore wind farms?
Yes.
And I don't remember if you testified, but in case 17-00044, that was the CCN request case that SPS put in for Hale and Sagamore. Did you testify in that case?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with that case?
Not with any specificity, no.
Well, subject to check, Mr. Shipman, if I told you that there was a stipulation in that case that ultimately, with one tweak about retroactive rate making and when rates were going to be put into effect, that the commission approved the CCN for both of those wind plants. Would you believe me?
Yes.
So does the commission get any credit with these rating agencies for that?
For a certificate of convenience and necessity, it really would not factor into the rating in terms of whatever the decision was in that sort of a proceeding. Certainly, one of the factors that is important to bond investors in terms of the risk that they perceive of a utility in a particular jurisdiction is if there are those sorts of provisions for pre-approving large capital expenditures by a company in one sense or another, so that there is a less of a chance of retroactively deciding that that a plant was not needed. It goes back to the 1980s and the experiences with the nuclear plants back then, and whether they were subsequently put into rate base. So investors are very attuned to the risk of a utility being second guessed, in a sense, about large decisions like devoting certainly billions and tens of billions of dollars to a nuclear plant or something like that, but even to wind farms such as Sagamore and Hale. Those sorts of investments, if they are reviewed ahead of time and deemed to be necessary, that certainly goes a long way towards reducing risk in a regulatory jurisdiction.
Well, I'm not hearing, it looks like we got much credit for that, Mr. Shipman, because again, the stipulation approving both of those plants not only was approved prior to construction, but SPS offered in that case not that they were asking the commission for authority to construct those plants because of any renewable resource purpose, but because it was an economic benefit to SPS ratepayers to have this purported energy at a lower cost. So it doesn't sound like we got credit for that, and that was SPS's plan.
I can assure you, Madam Hearing Examiner, that that sort of procedure is noted by the rating agencies. It is incorporated into the rating analysis of a company such as SPS.
Where? It wasn't even included in your testimony, sir.
No, but it would be in the evaluation of how New Mexico regulates its utilities, and it would, one particular decision like the one in 20 in that case that you were citing may not rise to the level of being specifically noted in a ratings analysis or anything like that. But the fact that the commission reviews these things and opines on them before capital is committed would be undoubtedly a factor in the rating of any of the utilities in New Mexico.
Well, I'd like to see some definitive proof of that somewhere, sir, because as I indicated to the last witness, there are several SPS witnesses that seem to say, oh, our credit rating is going to be damaged if you don't agree and give us what we want. But yet, when you look back, it doesn't seem as if when we give the parties what they want, there's any positive effect. And the one time in recent memory when SPS didn't get what it wanted, in the 17-255 case, the commission gets blamed for the credit rating going down. So I'm having a difficult time finding out just where there's any positives to the commission other than the parties' positions. Give us what we want or the sky's going to fall.
Yeah, I heard the Chicken Little reference earlier in the day, and I would respectfully disagree. I don't think anybody's and certainly nothing in my testimony is indicating that that there's a false alarm being given here.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Shipman. You've heard and probably have been made aware from the commissioner's questions this morning, if you were listening, or your counsel has made you aware that in the most recent rate case, the commission granted another IOU electric utility a 9% ROE, feeling that that was appropriate. So I'm wondering what effect you think, since you know the credit rating agencies and what seems to affect them better than any evidence I can find, you think that's going to have a positive, negative, or neutral effect, or no effect?
Without knowing any of the specifics of that case and the company and all that, I would not presume to give you an opinion about what the reaction might be. But certainly, if a rate case decision is perceived as being less constructive from a regulatory standpoint and results in the company's credit metrics, for instance, suffering as a result, then there's a real chance that there could be a reaction. And before I forget, just to be responsive to your earlier question, I'm not sure what the procedure is, but I'd be happy to supply you and the parties with the specific language out of rating agency criteria on utilities that points to the risk reducing effects of pre-approval, such as the CCN proceeding that you cited before.
I mean, is there like a handbook, or is there like an attachment to the ratings that they say, oh, and if they do this, they get 5 points, or is it like a scorecard? Or
there are things like scorecards in the criteria that I mentioned. In any rating agency analysis of SPS, there would be a list of criteria at the end of it that would be used, that would tell investors and then other users of the ratings what criteria were applied to create that rating, to come up with that rating. And part of that criteria would have the kind of language that I mentioned to you before. And so it's not, again, it may not make the write-up in that 5-page credit report, the CCM proceeding, for instance, but that does not mean that it was not incorporated, and that institutional approach to big decisions such as investing in wind farms and things like that would be duly noted in the ratings analysis.
Okay, Mr. Shipman, consider that bench request 4. Mr. Shipman, if you have criteria that explains some more information on how the credit rating agencies rate particular actions by commission, then include that. And I just want to clarify for you, Mr. Shipman, I wasn't asking you to testify or opine on El Paso Electric's 9%. I was asking you if the commission said to the parties, yeah, we think your stipulation is okay, except we think the ROE ought to be 9 and whatever monetary effect it might have. And if say the parties accepted that, do you think that the credit rating agencies are going to have heartburn?
In my opinion, that set of circumstances would be noted by the rating agencies, would be noted as a negative development for SPS and for their opinion about the regulatory environment in New Mexico. It could result in in rating actions or a change in the outlook to the negative or things like that. Because
even if the parties agreed?
I'm not sure what you mean by the parties agreeing. You mean they don't?
Well, sometimes with stipulations, rather than going back and having to do a litigated case, sometimes with agreements, the commission has made suggestions for some tweaks and in the past, and sometimes the parties accept them and sometimes they don't. And I'm just asking you, if there were some changes made and one of them was a change to the ROE and the parties agreed to it, whether or not you think that would result in any action by the credit rating agency.
Yes, and I think under your scenario, I think the reaction would be negative because the perception of the rating agencies would be that the stipulation that is before the commission now, or will be before the commission if it gets past this stage, was a product of balancing, everybody balancing their own interests, and anything that disrupts that would be viewed as a negative, in part not only because of the impact that it would have on the company's credit metrics and things like that, but also because in general, rating agencies think settlements and stipulations like this one are a sign of of constructive regulation, because the parties themselves were able to come to an agreement that balanced all the interests. And I think the scenario that you set forth would be viewed negatively, in part because it would be viewed as something that discourages settlements. If the parties can't rely on the outcome that they're negotiating across the table from each other, then they're going to be less likely to take that route in the future, which means a more adversarial environment in that state, and less likelihood of constructive outcomes for all the parties.
So it wouldn't matter whether the parties agreed to it or didn't agree to it, just the fact that the commission changed it, even if the parties did agree to it, you think would have a negative effect?
Yes.
Okay. Very well, sir. That's all the questions that I had for you. Commissioner Fishman, do you have questions for Mr. Shipman?
Yeah, I do. What time do you want to go to?
How many questions do you have?
I think I can get this done in 15 minutes max.
And Mr. Lee, how are you doing?
I serve at your pleasure, Your Honor, whatever you choose.
Why don't we try Commissioner Fishman? Go ahead.
Okay. Don't want to have you back for another day if you don't have to, Mr. Shipman. So a couple questions. One, you and H.E. Hurst were talking about regulatory environment. When we talk about favorable or unfavorable, would it be correct to say that that's from the perspective of the investor?
From the perspective of the rating agency.
Of the rating agency, but who's relying on that rating agency? Is that the investor?
Yes, mostly creditors, bond holders and things like that, but all investors do look to ratings as a guide to assessing the risk of a corporation.
Right. So if I'm a ratepayer, a consumer, and I have a consumer advocate, they might look at regulatory environment and what Moody's or S&P says is a negative environment, they might view as a positive environment. Is that a possibility?
Possibility. I would disagree with it.
I'm just saying there's different interests and that investors are looking at the credit ratings. That's important to them, and it should be, not a negative or a positive. But a consumer might be looking a whole different direction because they're less interested in profit, in companies' profits. They just want low rates.
I would not agree with that characterization of the average ratepayer. And I go through in my testimony why I think rating agencies are in a unique position to be relied on by all the parties in a proceeding like this, even those that are representing ratepayer interests, as a good, objective, unbiased, long-term view of what's best, not just for the company and its investors and all, but for its customers to be able to provide safe, reliable, clean energy to them. And yeah, it's up to.
I don't consider that an unreasonable answer. I see where you're coming from there.
Yeah, and
you know, that can be argued.
You know, staff certainly is charged with looking out for their interests and other parties like that, and they're part of this settlement. So I think just because I view it as good for credit quality, or could be something that could raise. I don't think that's. I firmly believe that that's not a perspective that is bad for the ratepayers. Like just the opposite. I think it's good for them to have a good, strong, healthy utility.
Okay. I noticed as I was looking at testimony, I believe from probably it was Mr. Gorman and from Pamela Martin, they had some S&P ratings in their testimony. And when I looked at those ratings, I saw there were some adjustments to the balance sheet that were made in terms of liabilities for off-book liabilities. And they only showed the data up through 2018 or 19. But on one of the adjustments, they had about $180 million of additional liabilities for purchase power agreements. Do you understand how a purchase power agreement works?
I do.
So basically what happens is you contract, generally you're paying a certain amount per month for power generated. You're contractually obligated. But the other side of that transaction is how you get compensated for it. And that, are you aware of how the utility gets the money back for the PPA expenditures?
Varies from state to state, but often the fixed charge sometimes is built into base rates, and then the energy charge goes through the fuel and purchase power clause or something like that. But it does vary from state to state.
Okay. So here in New Mexico, as a commissioner, I know this, and for SPS, essentially, it's a pass-through charge, and that it goes through what we call the fuel and purchase power agreement, or whatever we call it. Anyway, it comes back, and it comes back basically within a month or two. Once I've paid it, it's a flow through to the customer's bill, and I get it back in another month. And actually, it's a little more complicated than that because we have a rider as well for renewables. And it's to some degree split between those two mechanisms. But both of them, basically, as soon as that expenditure is made, I get money back. why wouldn't you have a off-book regulatory asset, since whatever you're paying out is a guaranteed automatic repayment? Why is that a liability?
The criteria around how to make that adjustment does account for the manner of how the utility recovers those charges. And so that $180 million figure that you cited would be much greater if all of those risk-reducing items that you mentioned, characteristics of how PPAs are dealt with in New Mexico, which you should be lauded for because it does reduce risk to the benefit of the company and its ratepayers, is recognized in that calculation. It's not zero unless the recovery is even further assured than what you just described.
Well, can you show us calculations on how, first of all, get updated information on what that PPA liability is? And then number two, show us how it's calculated, what shows up on this off book.
Yes, I'm sure that can be provided. The rating agency that does that calculation, S&P, is a little less transparent about it these days than they used to be. In my testimony, I cite some obsolete criteria, but it's still basically how they do it. And so you can look at that testimony and refer to that piece of criteria. It's not currently in use, but again, they're not being quite as explicit about how they do the calculation, but they're still basically doing it the same way.
So could we do a bench request on that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, consider it bench request number 5 to update the S&P off-book liability for PPAs for current information. Is that what you're looking for, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair?
that would be
You understand, Mr. DuBois? Mr.
Will
Shipman?
DuBois press, yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, and so the next piece of information attached to that would be a list of these, and this is probably confidential, which is fine, a total of what the PPA obligations are that SPS keeps as a record for itself. So your records on the total PPA liability, quote, liability outstanding.
Subject to Mr. DuBois, I'm not sure the company makes that calculation. It's certainly something that the rating agency does. They get information from the company. And so perhaps what you're looking for is the information that the company provides to help the rating agency make the calculation. But
yeah, I kind of want to see how how it all flows together and do the numbers compare.
How the sausage is made. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. DuBois, can we get that outstanding PPA liability information, and is it confidential, or are you going to claim that it's confidential?
Your Honor, Will DuBois for SPS. We will certainly provide what we have to the extent we're able to, because I think as Mr. Shipman was describing, I have a similar understanding that there's stuff that, to simplify, stuff SPS knows and stuff that the rating agencies may do that SPS doesn't know. So we can provide what we know, and maybe what we believe, it goes a little beyond what we know, but I do suspect that would be confidential information.
It all depends. This is Todd Shipman. In the footnotes to a utility's financial statements, there's often disclosure about these kinds of obligations, and that may be sufficient for you, Mr. Chairman, in terms
Yeah,
of.
that might be absolutely. I think it would be noted somewhere in the financial statements. I would hope.
And maybe, Mr. Chairman, Hearing Examiner Hurst, maybe what we can do is try to figure out how far we can go on public information and see if there's stuff that's further that may be helpful and what would have to be confidential.
I think that's appropriate, Mr. Du Bois, that I mean, to the extent we can not have to have confidential information in our public hearing, that would be good. So let's take a try on that. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, anything further?
Yeah, a couple more questions here. If I noticed in the adjustments on the liabilities on the S&P statements that they also had leases there. And let's say it's an equipment lease or whatever it might be. I view that as totally different than a PPA in terms of being a real liability, in that there's no guaranteed payback. I might sign up for a lease for that equipment, but once I've signed that lease, there's no guaranteed payback, at least until a next rate case. And then in a rate case, it's not guaranteed recovery, as everyone has said before. It's not like a rider or like a pass-through fuel charge. So the one I see as a legitimate, potentially off-book liability. The PPAs I really have a problem with, and I have to wonder whether the rating agency is confused about the terms of the PPA. And, if it's 180 or 200 million, or who knows what the number is now on the PPAs, I would say that someone should be talking to that rating agency and setting them straight.
Is there a question, sir?
And the question is, do you feel the same way?
I agree with you 100%, and that's why the treatment of the two differs. I would not agree with the idea that the rating agencies are confused about PPAs. They've been dealing with them for 40 years, ever since PERPA, and back in the 70s. They rate those projects, so they know intimately how they work and where the risk is and what risk is being transferred to the off-taker, which would be SPS. And, exactly as your instincts told you that there's a difference between a lease and a PPA, the rating agencies would agree with you. And that's why leases are basically, the risk of oversimplifying the calculation, 100% of the lease obligation is put onto the adjustment. The risk factor for PPA varies anywhere from 50 down to 25% to as low as 15, or as I said, under certain very favorable recovery circumstances, it is 0. So they recognize that a PPA, the risk is not recovering that money. On the other hand, a PPA, just like a lease on a headquarters building or something like that, is a financial obligation that may or may not show up. The lease accounting just changed, so a lot of that is showing up on the balance sheet, and they don't even have to make that adjustment anymore.
Right.
But it's a long-term obligation, just like issuing a bond, and not exactly like it, but much like issuing a bond. So that's why it's called a debt-like obligation. The rating agencies, they've been doing this for a long time, and they understand risk very well. And I think they appropriately adjust for these risks.
So our bench request hopefully will answer the questions. One other item here is we seem to always talk about, or at least in this rate case, we talk about credit ratings as being a function of what the return the utility gets will be, the ROE. It occurs to me there's lots of things the utility can do to manage its credit rating that have not a heck of a lot to do with ROE. Would that be correct?
I would agree with that 100%. Yes.
What are some things that they could do, that SPS could do if its credit rating started to suffer?
Well, the most obvious and most effective way to offset a deterioration in credit metrics is to slow down on your capital spending, not to the point where you're endangering customers or endangering reliability. No utility would go there. But if their returns are suffering, one of the first things a prudent utility manager will do is slow down on that sort of not just capital investment in terms of rate-based additions and things like that, but also the entering into PPAs as we were just discussing and things like that. Slowing those things down is one of the easiest ways to offset that impact. And I saw it all the time in the forecasts that utilities provided me. The 5-year numbers always looked, in the prompt year was a little lower, and it always got better. But when I look into it, almost always it was because they were assuming a much lower capital spend, which is just reverses all of those, all that stress on the credit metrics.
Okay, terrific. If things were really looking dire, would it also be fair to say that you could cut back on dividends and then raise your equity ratio by cutting back on dividends and paying off some debt?
Certainly, those kinds of things require free cash flow, which utilities don't normally have as a function of the capital intensity of their operations and things like that. Dividends don't enter into the credit rating equation unless there's a liquidity issue. If the company is, I think Mr. Desendis mentioned PG&E. You are, if you are running out of cash, you have to look at your dividend policy, and all utilities don't take it lightly. But in general, short of that kind of dire situation, utilities normally pay a dividend because that's the best way to keep their access to equity capital.
But if I took, again, if it was really getting to the point to where I was going to lose investment grade, if I recall from testimony, there's something like $150 million or thereabouts in dividends each year that are paid out by SPS. I can't remember the number, but it's large. If I took 50 million out of dividends and paid off some debt, I would have less debt to cover, and that would help me out in terms of my rating.
Utilities, again, in my experience, don't cut dividends unless they're looking at the abyss.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At the abyss. And, yeah, I'm defining the abyss as we're going to lose our, what's the word for it?
Investment grade.
That's why I was using the word abyss. Investment grade, non-investment grade is not a good rating. Certainly not, for a utility, very unusual and all, but not unprecedented. And cutting dividends is not something that will prevent a drop into junk bond status. What it will prevent is going very, very deep into non-investment grade, starting to by abyss, I meant D as in default. And that's the point where dividends are normally, and dividend policy is reassessed. But it's, again, it's not a matter of just the day-to-day operations.
Yeah.
Utility.
No, I get it.
If they can't produce the operating cash flow to credit ratings to stay in investment grade, cutting the dividend is not a solution to that, because again, dividend cuts are more about liquidity, actual cash, as opposed to
Okay.
operations of a company, which is what is causing a utility to go into junk status.
Okay. You've just gone, SPS just went through a big capital spending cycle with Hale and Sagamore. It looks like its capital spending is going to drop off now. Is that going to have a positive impact looking forward?
Everything else being equal, it should, as I testified before, slowing down capital spending should improve things, but it all depends on whether you're fully recovering the cost of what you just spent all that capital on.
Okay, those are all the questions I've got for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman. Mr. Du Bois, how soon do we think we can have the bench request information?
Your Honor, I would actually need to step out and have a couple minutes to have a fair answer on that.
Okay, well, why don't we just say you can let us know in the morning, you know, and we can decide then if you have the information in the morning, and then the commission, the chair can ask about it. Otherwise, maybe we think about calling Mr. Shipman back when you have the information. In any event, you would be allowed to, if we're not going to continue until later, I would let you go ahead in the morning and address any questions that you might have based on my questions or the chairman's.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I do have some questions, Your Honor.
Okay, and so Mr. Shipman, we may see you for a short period of time or not in the morning. Do you have an answer to bench request 3, Mr. Du Bois, which was who can answer questions on the IRP?
I think we were actually also, we eventually took that one as something we were going to try to provide the actual, our view of the data on, and I think we're close, but we don't have it quite yet. I do think that Ms. Weeks would probably be the witness, but we're trying to get the data together first.
Okay, you're working on that one. Very well. And then we need a clarification, Mr. Du Bois. The court reporter had a question about Mr. Grant's testimony.
Your Honor, yes.
And I don't know if you heard it or not, but it sounded like Mr. Lee, if you could read the sentence again.
Actually, Your Honor, I do recall that, and I believe the word is boiler, B-O-I-L-E-R.
Thank you very much.
Okay, does that make sense now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Okay, so we took care of that. We found out about that. Anything else that we need to deal with before we recess for the evening? Let me just say that if, depending on when we finish questions for Mr. Shipman, there are questions for Ms. Martin. She would be the next witness. And SPS can let me know about Mr. Berger, Mr. Cooley, and Mr. Lytle, because I have questions for the 3 of them. And they're not on the SPS list. So we
Did Mr. Du Bois have some questions, or was that going to be our first thing tomorrow morning?
That's
or-
the first thing in the morning.
Okay, great. Just wanted to be clear.
So it depending, Mr. Chair, if they get the information, then you can continue asking once you get to see the information, and he can ask his questions. So we'll do that in the morning.
Mr. Shipman, I'm sorry. I was hoping to get you off the hook.
No, it's a pleasure, not a problem at all. Thank you.
Very well. Well, thank you all. If no one has anything else, we will return tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and continue our hearing in 20-00238. I hope you all have a nice evening.